Just say go. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, start up your stuff. Let's go, man. Let me get a jump on it. Let me know when you're ready, when you start. All right, so good night, good evening, good morning. Whenever you're able to view this program, welcome again to another session with us here at Dribble FC Read the Game. Today's topic would be recommendations from FIFA to develop each member association. And this would be our second in this particular series. We looked at last week, we looked at part one, which focused on a presentation done by Mr. Arsene Wenger on some of the issues that he will have recognized, and we echoed them here continually over the period that we have been running our program. So tonight will be no different. We continue along that process to keep informing and educating you as we try to improve together and work together. So again, our code for today, the journey for 1,000 miles begins with one step. I think this one is self-explanatory. We need to start, well, actually, we all have started our steps, but have we decided on where we want to go or what journey we want to take, or is it that we just walking because we want to walk? Decide on the journey, decide where you want to go, and stop planning. Start moving, make the first step, and don't stop until you are finished. That's our quote for today. And it takes us on to our segment that we refer to as Player of the Week. Today we'll not be featuring any Player of the Week. We'll be looking at the national team, the highlights from the national team and the games that they would have played, and having a brief discussion with those who are here or who involved who wish to comment on the different games. All right, so let's begin with the highlights.
Selección guatemalteca y usted lo disfruta aquí a través de Televisiete. Ángel Reyes, buenas tardes, bienvenido nuevamente.
Los primeros minutos porque Guatemala se tiene que ir al abordaje, atrás va a llegar, cuidado, se va a equivocar la línea defensiva, dejaron viva la pelota, se puede ir primero el disparo. Es cerca el Salamá Martín. Darwin retrocede la pelota, van a levantar el centro. Silison Moisés por arriba de la pelota. El cierre arriba, cabezazo. Gol de Guatemala. En jugada preparada, táctica fija, se levanta el centro. Primero Lelito y después 1-0, ya lo ganamos.
Y esto era lo que necesitaba la selección guatemalteca. Primera anotación, se está convirtiendo en el goleador de selección guatemalteca. Una jugada con un centro llovido que se pasaba de largo. Bien el retorno para devolverle la pelota a Darwin, que se quedó ahí parado en el centro del área. Recibe de cabeza, acomoda el cuello, el parietal izquierdo y va para adentro. Apenas 2 minutos de partido.
Puede ser buena. Pico y la va a ganar y ataca la selección de Guatemala. La tiene Darwin dentro de la zona. Va a levantar el centro. Se quitó la marca. De primera intención toca Guatemala de larga distancia. El zapatazo.
¿Sabe cómo terminó sucediendo acá? Vea usted ese juego bonito de la selección guatemalteca. Ese juego que aparte, como lo platicábamos en la antesala, de Rudy Barrientos, después de 6 toques de selección nacional, sin que se la pudiera arrebatar el rival. Esta del 14 guatemalteco es impresionante, de verdad.
Ataca 9 posición en la tabla, Lelito para el tercero golazo. ¡Gol de Guate! Partieron la línea defensiva.
Titular, porque en el anterior es cierto que ya jugó, pero entró como sustituto. Ahora Santis arranca como titular de este combinado guatemalteco de Amarini Villatoro. Una recepción impecable, de una capacidad técnica de verdad extraordinaria para Santis. Recibe el balón, lo acomoda,
así de larga distancia, se levanta al centro, dejaron arriba, buscaba a Rudy Barrientos, la va a robar correctamente. Guatemala la tiene Moisés, le va a meter gasolina. Moisés, que va a levantar el centro, línea de fondo, busca pierna, se puede ir el cuarto. Aquí está Lelito, pégale por abajo el guardameta.
Ángeles Torres, amigos televidentes, por parte de la selección de San Vicente y las Granadinas.
Sí, señor, ahí está el resumen de las anotaciones que ha hecho la selección guatemalteca. Realmente impresionante lo que ha conseguido el combinado nacional en cuestión de minutos.
Puede levantar el centro, la pide el pelón. Steven de primera intención retrocede con Mate Pele. Levantar el centro, Silis Orlar. ¡Gol! ¡Cabezazo, gol! ¡Gol! ¡Gol de Gordillo! Gerardo Gordillo al centro. Fue de Mate Pele. Y entonces a los Pescadito Ruiz. 5-0. Lo gana Guatemala.
Y precisamente al máximo referente del gol en selecciones guatemaltecas, a Carlos Humberto Ruiz Gutiérrez, la dedicatoria por parte del nuevo 20 de Selección Nacional, que al final de cuentas ya no fue para Eddie Danilo, es para Gordillo, un hombre de confianza en Selección Nacional del técnico Amarini Villatoro. Va porque va Gordillo en las convocatorias de Amarini, va porque va de titular Gordillo, por lo que le mete mentalmente al grupo, y ahora con esta dedicatoria lo dice todo, con la admiración para el pescado. Ahí está la señal de Carlos Humberto para poner el quinto tanto en favor de la selección nacional. Se acerca el 7, que fue el vaticinio más popular de la afición guatemalteca. Robin Osvaldo para adentro, Betancourt ingresa al terreno de juego, no
procede y limpia bien a Pérez, que la pelota le va a pegar de larga distancia, marca dentro de la zona, él busca pierna, se puede ir al sexto. Por arriba el Salamá Martínez. Se le termina.
Esta regularmente es un jugador de buena pegada y sobre todo en velocidad, es una de sus características. Ahora se le va un poquito arriba porque no asienta bien el cuerpo, porque no lo tira hacia atrás, sino lo tira.
Infiltrar y entonces deja pegar la pelota, se puede venir, esta puede ser buena. El sexto gol. ¡Gol! ¡Gol de Guatemala! Jugada preparada. Rápido la velocidad de Matt Pelej. Asistencia para el Salamá Martínez y este no perdona. 6-0.
Luisito Martínez, que ya se había negado la posibilidad para él, fue el primero que la intentó en el partido en favor de Guatemala. Lo pillaron fuera de juego. Y luego en aquella que se le fue apenas desviada. Recién arrancando el segundo tiempo, otra vez es el Salamá el que le intenta, la pelota arriba del marco. Ahora sí, lo que le decía, su especialidad es esta: la conducción y pegada sobre velocidad o cuando recibe el balón. También dedicatoria para Carlos Humberto. Fíjese usted lo que quiere este grupo al pescadito.
Velox llegaba ahí justo, cuidado que ahora se viene Guatemala, dejó la portería libre el guardameta.
Le hicieron un tipo de cuidado en el medio tiempo, creo que tiene buen ritmo.
De Rudy Barrientos. Triangulación perfecta, 3-3 en esta segunda mitad. Aquí se levanta el centro, Barrientos. Todos el cabezazo, está libre el jugador, le va a pegar de larga distancia. Cuidado el cierre. Todavía.
Ahí adelante Robin Betancourt.
Barrientos que va a levantar el centro. Rudy sobre el cabezazo. La selección de Guatemala abrió la cancha. Tiene espacio para circular el Salamá Martínez. Le pegó por abajo. Posición adelantada. Ahora se mete al primer toque. Sí la marcaron. Sección de San Vicente y Cornelio le dice: ¿y no vas a sacar tarjeta?
No. Incluso ya la jugada ni siquiera.
Ahora sí no hay posición adelantada por el centro. Pica Robin. Prefiere jugar de primera intención. Uy, Jorge cae. La va a marcar el árbitro. No. Pelota de esquina. Luis Giovanni Rodas.
Aprovechando la segunda ventana de cambio la selección.
Luis Ceballos.
Esta sí no es posicional.
Pelota, el disparo de larga distancia. El guardameta seguro de manos. Pelota pegadito a la raya, intenta jugar Guatemala aquí, la ofensiva. La tiene John Robert Méndez. Primer pelota que toca el jugador del equipo de Municipal. Uy, qué fuerte entrada. Termina siendo la selección de San Vicente, George Jamal. Ratificamos si hay cartulina.
Creo que no hubo cartulina amarilla, solo un llamado de atención. Vamos a verificar acá si lo hace de esa manera, si hubo o no amarilla. Lo cierto del caso es que ahora ya viene Pinto acá a hablar con el...
A pegarle Guatemala la pelota. 13 a la barrera, mandó el guardameta de la selección de San Vicente. Jugada preparada, se levanta el centro por arriba, dejaron el recorte. El disparo al guardameta, dio un rebote, gol.
Acá aplicada en selección guatemalteca por parte del preparador mental. Nunca nos rindamos. Nunca digamos se perdió. Nunca digamos ya no se puede. Acá lo pone Robin Betancourt en la experiencia propia. El guardameta había hecho una muy buena parada. La cara de Robin lo dice todo. Alguien agarró ya la pelota y ya se fue para el manchón de penal. Creo que podría ser Ceballos, ¿sí? Ceballos es de los que siempre pelean el tratar de hacer goles, así que no me extrañaría que fuera Ceballitos el que agarró el balón para tratar de hacer el octavo en favor de la selección guatemalteca y encaminarnos todavía a meter.
El portero al centro, Ceballos, gol, gol.
A él se lo hicieron, Ceballos fue el que marcó, casi a Lopanenka, al final de cuentas buen gol para la selección guatemalteca, es el octavo, esto pone a...
Jugó rápido Guatemala, va a levantar el centro, el cabezazo, limpio, golazo.
Hoy lo vemos hacer un lujo de gol por el talento que le puso la selección guatemalteca de manejo, de pelota, de llevarla, de acarrearla, de tocar, de armar paredes y de centrar.
Décimo taconazo, se puede venir el décimo gol. ¡Gol!
Que a todos nos enamora, que a todos nos convence, que a todos nos hace ilusionarnos, sobre todo por la forma como está jugando la selección nacional. Para muchos, sí, pero es que está jugando contra nadie. Pero cuando ganamos apenas por uno.
Así fue el primer partido. Any comments, anything as it relates to this particular game before we move forward? No? All right, so game finished 10 goals to 0. It's quite disappointing for me in the context of the level of organization of the team, whether it be in transition or in defense or any particular phase of the game. The organization was quite disappointing. Yes, Shane, I see you have your hand up. You could go ahead, sir.
Yeah, to reiterate what you just said, that was the disappointing part for me. It wasn't that we lost 10-0, but it's how. And there were like 2 or 3 quality goals, right? All the others were breakdown. Like, I think it was a 6 or 7 goal you could see there. There were 4 defenders covering 1 man. And there were 2 men making the run far post, and no one picked that up. And you could clearly see they weren't communicating with each other. So, I mean, it was embarrassing, and I hope they use this as a teaching point going forward to reiterate the importance of man marking and transition defense.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead. I see your hand up. You could go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so just following the point from Shane there, it's something that I realize is a major weakness for us in Stevenson, even at the club level. And Theon, you and myself probably experienced some of that also, but I'm looking at our defending of crosses, whether it's corner kicks or the run of play, wingers beating line and getting the ball inside. As Shane said, they're like always a player free. Even in the game with Hope International, which is our top club, and which they did have a reasonable performance in the Caribbean Club Championship outing. But the game against Haiti, the first goal, there were like 4 Haiti players jumping for the header. The man could have settled the ball and play raisins before they score it. So yeah, we really need to work on our defending of crosses. I guess it's because we have a thinking of running back, and you would hear that statement being mentioned from coaches or the goalkeeper. Run back, and that's exactly what we do. We run back, and we don't mark anybody. We don't have any defensive responsibilities. So even though there are 7 defenders back in the box, 2 attackers might still be there free against 7 defenders, and 2 attackers still free. So that's something we really need to work on. I think 6 out of these 10 goals were from crosses. And even in the Cuba game, I know we ain't reached there yet, but the Cuba game again came from a cross.
Yep. To continue along that particular vein, if we're honest, we would say that we're not good headers of the ball. Most of our defenders shy away from heading the ball. So obviously crossing is an issue. With the crossing as well, what I have already recognized and is when the ball goes down the side, our players are always caught ball watching instead of thinking football is a bottleneck. No matter how wide you go, you still have to come back inside. Pick up the players that are inside. That is also a key thing, which is not realizing that they need to pay attention to who is inside. One of the other points that you made there, which is running back. While we are running back, we didn't, as I said earlier, in terms of organization, the recognition of who needs to cover where and who needs to pick up what particular area in the running back is quite amazing. Because most of the time, whenever the ball is played back, all 5 of the defenders are square in the front. Nobody's picking up the near post run, nobody's picking up the square back, the center, or the float. It's just basically a run back. So that just reiterates my point in terms of lack of organization in that particular point. If we also look at the other side of the game in terms of winning possession, while we were in defense, I don't think we had an attacking balance or a presence to say, how do we transition out of this particular defensive play? So what we did basically was defend. So we win it and then we give it back. Again, the organization for me was an issue in that particular game. One of the most amazing ones, and I'll be honest, I only watched when the game was live. I only watched the first 2 goals. After that, I couldn't watch anymore because that took me to roughly about 10 minutes into the game, and I already had seen all the issues that were already there in terms of organization. So I anticipated a score that I wasn't gonna like, but I had to take in the game after. Saying that, I would say, just to reiterate the point, we had 5 defenders against 2 Guatemalans for the first goal. The ball crossed, got to one of the 2. One of the said 2 got it back to the other player on his head, and he had it in the goal without either of them getting any pressure on the ball. So that for me too was quite interesting. So if there's no other point, anybody else wishing to make any contribution on that particular one can move forward. Any other point? Yes, listen, you could go ahead.
Just one more thing to add. The fitness levels.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to set some minimum standards on fitness levels if you are to play for the national team. Because probably after 15 minutes, the majority of the players were struggling. I know it's in high altitude and they didn't have enough time to acclimatize, but even in other games, our fitness level shows up to be very deficient. So that's something we probably need to look into, have a minimum standard. So no matter how skillful you are, if you can't meet that level of fitness, because we don't have 10-minute football games. So we need to reach an adequate level of fitness.
I like
And
how you keep reiterating we. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, of course, it's we. It's Sparta, it's Jibel, and then
Everybody,
it goes
yeah.
into the national team.
Yeah.
So I won't exclude myself at all. Because, okay, we know our issues with lack of resources. We don't have lighted fields. Sometimes we don't have enough bars or equipment. All that's fine, fair. But we have beaches, we have mountains, we have things that could be very useful to enhance our fitness and endurance. So at least we can be fit.
All right. So I just want to jump on that particular point, and something that we tend to overlook as it relates to fitness. Fitness. When we say fitness, we focus a lot of time on the physical side of fitness, which is cardiovascular fitness, um, endurance, that kind of stuff. But a lot of the times too, fitness is your ability to carry out the particular job. And with me saying that is, if there are a lot of decisions to be made, so continuously having to make decisions also causes the player to lose some level of, should we say, as the colloquial, the fitness. So your ability to carry out your particular instructions because of amount of the amount of decisions you have to make also influences your ability to execute within the game. So these types of games where you have a lot of movement off the ball, a lot of different language, the conditions, a lot of decisions have to be made mentally. These decisions in turn affect your level of or your ability to execute during the game. So it is not solely on the cardiovascular side or the endurance side, but the mental ability to to be able to execute these decisions or the amount of decisions that you have to carry out during these particular games can affect our players. So I say that to say in a local game here compared to these type of games, you may have to make, for example, 50 decisions within our national league. Within these type of games, you may end up making 150. That in itself reflects in terms of fitness. So fitness is your ability to do the work. So if your brain is unable to execute that particular thing, means you're not fit mentally as well to execute. But that's for another session. We could look at that. Any other comments as it relates to this particular one?
Yeah, Kian, just to reinforce what you just said, a very good, very good point. And that is exactly what happened in the game there. We were made to run, chase the ball, we were running all over the place. So no matter how fit we were, because of the way that Guatemala were playing, they were moving the ball, chucking it, we just lost it, in that particular instant, and you summarize it very good there. When you playing against teams that are of a particular standard, and if you really into it, what's happening, man, you could be fit like fiddle. You're gonna be after 10 minutes, man, you would just be exhausted.
Yeah. And to add to that too, we are in terms of the decision making, you have to also recognize as well the speed of play is also another factor. The speed at which these games play. It's a lot faster than it actually looks on TV. So when you see our players trying to recover and run, sometimes it's not that we are unfit, and I'll reiterate on that, but we're not accustomed to the speed of the game. And again, that adds to the decision making again. And the decision making affects the level of fitness if there's a lot of decision. The next point I would make as it relates to the fitness is when we are not as organized as we should be, we have to run a lot more. So we may be fit enough to get us quote unquote to, let's say, 80 minutes. But because of lack of organization and players have to run here, there, and everywhere, you may see that the fitness level dropped to about 60 minutes. So these are other things that you have to take into consideration. The fact that we didn't keep possession of the ball meant that we had to run a lot more as well. So some other factors as it relates to the fitness side. But for me, the last point I want to close off with is the mental side. The mental side of this particular game. I didn't see any particular leader on the field. I didn't see anybody like pulling the players together, rallying them. Can't say because I wasn't there. But just from the image perspective, it was more heads down. Wasn't seeming as if Parsons were confident. The fact that we couldn't keep possession to me was a reflection of lack of confidence and belief. The mentality and the desire across the board, I couldn't see it. I don't know if it's a condition, I don't know what it was, but at the mental side, I couldn't really recognize our players as I know them to be, basically. So, and the sad part about it is I couldn't recognize or highlight any one person who I could say had a good game, and that's not acceptable. All right. So that's me as it relates to that particular game. If there's nobody else, we move on to the other game. This is 2-1. All right, so we can move forward.
Theon.
Hey.
I'm driving. I'm listening to you guys, man.
All right, cool.
Patrick is not wrong, right?
No, not yet.
Okay.
At least not yet.
Remember, maybe 2 Zooms or 3 Zooms ago, I told Patrick at that level, the speed of play is very difficult to play at that level and defend at that level because of the speed of play. And everybody criticized me, oh, what are you talking about and stuff like that, right? But this is what I have to say, right? The first game, some of these players that we have, especially defensively, I could call one of the center backs. Obviously, they have never played a position before. They have never played a position before, especially left back. And from the first 2 minutes of the game, we knew he was in trouble. They overload that side, and there was no help. There was no left midfield to come back and help him. And I felt so bad for the kid. And it happened. I would think that they will make a correction. That there was a problem on that side. And they keep overloading that side. And all of the goals, more or less come from that side. I'm not doing that. Simple cross balls. Cross balls we can defend. So, what I really think, all of these things are things that you can correct in practice. All of these things, these first time. And that should not be. That should not be. And all of these things we have to correct. I'm not sure we'll have the time to correct it within the next 3 weeks. But it's things that we got to work on. Look at the goal that scored yesterday. All 4 defenders were back there. And remember, we mentioned in that Zoom meet, defensively, there are 4 different areas. There's one area from the 18 to the right-hand side. That's one zone that you have to pick up. The 2 zones from the 18 for the 2 center backs, and the left zone from the 18 to the left-hand side. And we spoke about that in the Zoom meeting, how important it is. And I'm telling you guys, it's something now. At that level, everybody talking about cover and balance and stuff like that, You don't have time down there for that. You have to have competent defenders to defend in their zone. And that's not happening. That's not happening at all during these games. They don't know how to defend in their zone. They don't know when to pick up into your zone and instead of looking back. and all of these things we have to go. Speaking about the possession, if we can possess them, and I don't think Scrum is here. That was Scrum talk about every week. Scrum talking about possession every week. And at this level, at national level, possession should not be a problem. If you can't possess the ball, you don't belong in that team. And what is the strategy? What is our strategy? I don't know. What is the formation? I don't know. It seems to me, and I could be wrong, from looking from a distance, right? Most of our players don't understand the position that they're playing, their responsibility. They don't understand that, and they're not carrying it out. And all of that's supposed to be go on in practice. They're supposed to know before they go on the field what they're responsible for, what they have to do during the game. And we're not seeing that. And we as coaches would know. And this is why everybody is so alarmed about the first game. Because it was so bad. The first game was so bad. You understand? Because we see a lot of things that is not happening out there. Defensively, offensively. So that's my say, you know.
Go ahead. So I see your hand up. You could go ahead.
Some very good points from Sammy. And I'd like to add to one in particular, our possession. And it links with our ability to move the ball and your point on speed of play. Generally in our local leagues, we take 5, 6, 7 touches when we should be taking 2 or 3. And in this particular game against Guatemala, they pressed the ball a lot from the top. So where our players wanted 7 or 8 touches, they were being closed down way before that, and even more painful than usual. We couldn't even get 2 passes consecutively. So that was a major issue there. So I guess one of the steps we have to take at all levels is to try to get our players to play a quicker football, 2 touches, 3 touches, so that they get more comfortable, as you say, making decisions quicker, rather than needed 10 touches to make a pass.
So you're saying, is it that they're taking 10 touches, or is it that the first touch to prepare the ball doesn't allow them to make the next pass? And then the next touch, they have to try to beat somebody because the touch is not good. And then the process continues again. Hence the reason they take 5.
Well, it's a lot of reasons. And as the coaches, we have to figure it out. Yes, the first touches might be poor. The passes also to the person might not be the best as well. We need to learn that we should pass to person's strong foot, pass the direction that they need to lead into. Stuff like that, we don't take
the details.
That's the problem. And even as you say, the decision making and thinking, sometimes we don't think quickly enough. So a lot of factors.
We have work to do. All right, so let's take in the other one.
Hello.
Yes. Did you there?
Yes. Yes. So one thing that Sammy was saying, which is interesting, is that the players don't know their positions, and then also the speed of play.
Go ahead.
So I had a question. Do you think, or does anybody think that it is?
Listen.
Oh, do you not hear me?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So one thing Sammy was saying that the players don't know the positions, and that the speed of play is also an issue. So I wanted to ask in general, do you guys think that it is one more than the other one?
Goal number one for Cuba. A
Again?
nice looping pass it was indeed.
Do I
And the
think?
goal scored here by for Cuba.
Is the issue more that they don't know their positions, or that it's a lack of speed of play based on what you guys just discussed a minute ago?
I think I could answer that.
Ball inside the head, so and good save there by
I guess everybody have different terminology, right? We call it functional training. Every position on the field, whether it's left back, center back, right back, carry out. And key responses, put them in the team, not during the game, before they get to the field. You understand? You have to have a especially offensively. I mentioned that, I remember, Zoom number 6, when we had them speaking about and all that kind of stuff. And we're telling them,
You're breaking up, Sammy. You're breaking up.
Okay.
What you could do?
I'm in Samira.
Yeah.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you better now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I say that anytime you want to talk with me, you have a team.
Breaking up again. Breaking up again. You're breaking up again. We're losing you. Losing you. So Vicky, I could answer your question as well. I'll attempt to answer the question. From reflection, it can be a combination of both, as in persons will not show specifically what their role was, and the fact that you are not sure and you add the speed of play to that, meaning the ball is moving a lot quicker, that time you take to decide if you are going to do a specific decision or make a specific decision, then the play is already left you. So you're out of position, you're not marking well, or whatever the case is. So it could have been a combination of both. In terms of executing roles and functions, I can't really delve too deep in it because I am not sure what takes place in training, or I'm not sure what the plan is. I could speak based on what I see, which is 1, they take too long to make a decision, and 2, whenever they make a decision, there's a technical or tactical breakdown, and that causes issues within the entire structure of the team. That's how I would approach that particular question.
You could hear me?
Yes, you kind of in and then you break up a while ago. So you could go ahead and let's see if it could come through again. Go ahead.
Okay. I believe, right? Like I tell my kids here, the field is 120 by 80. And I think we played on that, the first against Guatemala, the field was that big, right? 120 by 80. There's you have to
breaking up again. You're breaking up again, Sam. We're not hearing you. So hopefully you're home soon and you could contribute those items, but we're not hearing you. You're breaking up a lot. Breaking up a lot. Not hearing anything at all from you. So is there any other comments from anyone as it relates to this particular game that we're looking at today, in terms of Cuba and St. Vincent? Sammy, try and get to a spot where you could get a better signal, so we're not hearing you at all. You're breaking up consistently.
Yeah, just addressing Vicky's question. And whether it's the style of play or players not being aware of their roles for a particular position. What I would say in that is that we have seen like 4 different formations for the 4 different games. And that in itself is a test for players to adjust each opponent with a different formation. So that's one point in defense of the players. But a point against them, I don't think our players take enough time to look at games, study what players do in certain positions, their position, and see what is expected in different situations of the game or different formations. I don't think our players take enough time to do that.
I have a concern as it relates to that. So here's my concern. What are they looking for? I don't think they know what they're looking for. So even if they watch the game, I don't think they know what to look for as it relates to the movement of the game, unless we have instructed them to look for something specific. But what tends to happen sometimes is that they get caught up in watching the ball instead of the players and the movement as a result of the ball. So I think too, we need to teach them how to look at the game. So that's not from a fan perspective, but from a quote unquote coach's perspective or a learner's perspective. Right? Because the fan looking to see who dribble, who hits light tackle, who and that kind of stuff. Instead of how everything interrelates as it relates to the ball and who has the ball and possession. That would be my concern along that particular point. But you could continue.
Nah, that was just it. So, as you said.
No, you see that point you make there? You can hear me?
Song a lot better this time. Song a lot better.
Yeah, I'm getting closer. I'm still have an hour from home. I'm getting a little bit closer. So listen to me now. You see that point you make there, partner? It's a tremendous point. You understand? Okay, in the game yesterday, right? It's the first time since Vince Heat playing. I see our left back, our left midfield coming back to help the left back out. And that's from you. He had such a good game defensively. You understand? And guess what now? They take him out at halftime. They take him out. I could not believe that at all. Here he is, making his debut for the senior team. Playing excellent defensively, helping out. There's nothing going on the left side when he and the other guy was there. And guess what? They took him out. And I'm saying to myself, really? Really? This guy belongs there. He should be starting in front of a lot of these players. In my opinion, based upon that 45 minutes he played. And they took him out. Something is wrong with that. Something is wrong with that. You understand? Mm-hmm. Coming back to what you say regarding these different formations, you know. I don't know the function of the left midfield or the right midfield or the center midfield. There's one situation, right? And there was supposed to be there's a counter-attack. And our defensive midfield, Spring have to leave his position at defensive midfield, right? And sprint over at full speed on the left-hand side, overlapping. And he's the defensive midfield. Why? How? Where is the left midfield to overlap? Where is the left back to overlap? How could we have our defensive midfield? And there's nobody in the center of the midfield, defensively. So all these little things, you know, man, you know, that I see yesterday as a coach really annoyed. You understand? So we have to do a better job explaining to our players what they have to do on the field. If they don't understand what to do on the field, they should not be on the you can't wait until the game starts to find out if these guys can play or not. I don't know if we can shoot. I don't know who can shoot on the team. I don't know because I didn't see it in the game. Kyle is a tremendous player, right? If Kyle can go closer to the 18 and we play around Kyle, but we can't get up the ball to Kyle up there. There's no support. He alone up there. I don't, so we have some pieces, we have some pieces. But how are we going to put them together? And when? When are we going to put this together?
All right. My question to you guys now is, what are the positives that we could take away from this schedule? Any positives that we recognize? Any positives? Spoke a lot about negatives. Any positives we could take away?
What I like, right? And everybody call it low block and all that kind of stuff, right? I think those 4 defenders that we started with yesterday, those guys did a tremendous job defensively, right? And with the left back helping out with the left midfield, helping out the left back defensively. This is what we have to do on both sides. And in the center also. The defensive midfield have to help out the center back. So I see a lot of positive things defensively. But my God, everybody is such a rush to pass this ball vertically. They have to understand, if you pass the ball over 12, 15 yards, the player we pass the ball to, he has to check back to the ball and all kind of stuff like that, And this is not happening. And he's not really supposed to pass the ball vertically. So it's so predictable. All game they pass it vertically.
They need some rondo, Sammy. They need some rondo. They need some more rondo.
You have to go to the side. You understand? And when they pass the ball to the middle of the field, there's nobody there. There's nobody there to help the defensive midfield. So he had to. All those guys are way away from him. Oh, come on, man. All of these things have to be done in practice. Must. And these are things that will be corrected very easily. And I'm surprised that we love to press. There's nobody like to press like us. Again, in a way for tournament, we're pressing all the time. So we couldn't mix it up yesterday, although sometimes we press and sometimes we go back, deep. Come on, man. All of that has to be done on the field.
All right. So your positives that you recognize would have been, we kind of we carried out the low block a bit efficiently. All right. And right. I see Jason had this, and so go ahead, Jason. Positives.
Yeah, a positive from a series of games was Sammy commenting on Ryan Volok's performance. And for me, the younger players who were probably chastised and maligned in the media had some decent performances. And I think that's our peak for footballers and Simonson. Our peak age is a lot younger than it will be internationally, especially with the number of distractions that are here. So I hope that playing of youths is encouraged and we continue to help them develop their talent before it's too late.
All right, thank you. So, any other
no, in saying that, right? In saying that, these guys are not ready for that level yet, right? and they should be on the 23. These guys, you put these guys on the under 23 team for good 3 years, right? Let them play against their own age group. You understand? Because in one of the prize zones, right? I say, as long as you're on the soccer field, you must do 3 things. You must defend goals, you set up goals, and score goals. If you can't do one of these 3 things, you really don't belong on the field. You really can't help the team out. And we have too many players who can't help the team out. They're not good defensively. They can't set up goals, and they can't score out there to do what?
Can we stay on the positive side? So we already look at all the stuff that they can do and what they want. Can we stay on the positive side? Positive things that we would have recognized from the game. No
I think the
positive.
goalkeeper, you know, he did creditably well too.
So the goalkeeper did well. So
That's tremendous.
That's three positives. Next, yes, Mr. Alexander. Positive.
Gentlemen, the goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper?
He pulled out some tremendous saves. And my thing is, look at his height, but his leap and his foot, his movement, his reading of the game was real positive. And it is something I noticed with Vinci Heath. People always end up why?
You just break up. You just break up, so we didn't get the point you just made. You just break up. So we
Okay. It is something I noticed with Vinci Heath. Our goalkeepers always end up being the man of the match. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because
what happened to the rest of the players? What happened to the rest of the team? If it wasn't for that goalkeeper, we would have got about 6. But he just stood there and did such a wonderful job that we only got 1. So the goalkeeper for me is 200% positive.
Positive. All right.
I think I'm thinking about positive. What happened yesterday? Positive, right? It's just to play against. It's just to play against Cuba, right? From the time the game started to the 93rd minute, right? On that shitty field. It's a shitty field. It's a small field, and Cuba knocked that ball for like 70 minutes out of the 90 minutes. I have never seen clean, good control, move the ball from one side to the next. You understand? But because we were so good defensively, they couldn't break us down in the final third. You understand? And I'm saying to myself, if somehow we could play like that defensively and do what Cuba is doing, you understand? We are on our way to something. You understand? And guys, look at Cuba play. And Cuba is no big team. Cuba is no big team. It's not how hard it is. How hard it is to stop the ball and pass it to the next man.
Very hard.
It's the easiest thing in football.
Very hard.
No, it is not hard.
Very hard.
That's what Cuba did. Cuba stopped the ball.
Very hard.
And because the support is there. The spacing is there.
Also, now you start talking about why it was possible. So if we look at Cuba, they were allowed to pass the ball. They were allowed to pass the ball.
What mean they allowed to pass the ball?
They were allowed to pass the ball. We didn't press them. We allowed them to come into a specific area and then we tried. So they were allowed to pass the ball. So for me,
Man,
the positive. Yeah, I understand this style. I understand. Yes, that's the style. I agree with you. But I'm saying a lot of it is due to how we approach the game. So from that, I would take the positive that you're saying, which is we were able to keep a defensive shape for up to 60 minutes, where we could have seen some level of organization. So that could be the positive you're trying to bring out. Yes? No?
Man, what's the man? I know Butu, I know Khan, right? These guys could fix that defense. You understand? These guys, I like those young guys in the back there. Butu and Corny could fix that defense. You understand? And we have to get these guys there. They're in St. Vincent already. You understand? They're down there already. They're part of the national setup. They are the under 20 coaches. You understand? Why are they not with the senior team? These guys know football. They have the experience. They were professionals. Connie was the best player ever in the history of St. Vincent playing defense. The best player ever.
In France, it's the player, man.
Let me just say something. Okay. One observation I had also. Okay. Although the defense was superb, hard to break down. When we win the ball, why are we giving it away?
Scamla, it's very simple, Scamla. We don't do those kind of training in practice. Scamla, you see my teams play. My under 12 team, I'm not talking about my senior team. My under 12 team, not the ball. They keep the ball. So I tell a friend of mine.
So again,
the same drills I do for my
gentlemen.
I do it for the senior team. He laughing at me.
We don't know.
He laughed at me.
We do not know. We do not know. We do not know the game model. All right? Maybe the game model. We do not know the game model. We do not know the game. Let me finish my point. We do not know the game model. So when we address it, we have to address it in the context of this is what can be done in the game model, not assuming what you think the game model is what it is.
I did was ask the question.
No, I wasn't referring to you. I was just saying. I see somebody have their hand up, so I'm gonna allow them to get a chance now to come in. Positive. So we're looking at the positives that we could recognize from the Vinci Heat. So John, we have, I think, exhausted a lot of negatives. Can we get some of the positives? So Kies, if you wish to come in, you could do that as well. Some of the positives that you may have recognized.
Tian, good night. Good night, fellas. Let me apologize for my absence the last 2 weeks. God, here to send me the link, man.
Who that?
I miss you guys. I miss you guys in the conversation.
The link don't change.
Yeah, who talking there? Who talking there?
Gato
right now. Oh, Gato. Okay, Gato.
Yeah. Just to comment on the game. I still think I need a few days before I digest this thing because what I saw, I don't spend long tonight, so I will just give my views. Positives. I think I don't know if we had a good defensive sheet. I think what I saw that was really positive is that we show some heart. I think we fought, even when we went down, I think we were fighting. We were putting our bodies behind the ball. We were contesting every ball. And that was really good to see. We didn't drop our heads at any moment. And so like that and so forth. I like the right back. I think the right back has a lot of potential. even when I saw him play defensive midfield, I like his calmness and composure in the ball. The keeper had a good game. I thought we had not a bad out ball. Kyle wasn't doing too bad holding it up, but he needed some support. At least somebody to come a little closer. So those are some.
Wait. Let me somebody. You
no, I think
you need four or five players.
Right. So I was telling you, yeah. Fair enough, Sammy. But I thought he was under pressure all the time. Screening the ball, I find screening the ball well. If a midfielder come up just to give him some space, he could play one. Even sometimes he knock on the ball.
If the team come up, if the team has to come up, not the ball.
Yeah, but
I'll come up to Kyle up there.
Sammy, what was happening? We were so deep, right? It was. I don't know if that's what the strategy was, but it seemed like the long ball was the only way out. We're not even connecting 3 or 4 passes. When the ball get up there now, we have so much distance between the midfield and the attack. It wasn't working out. But
Gato, because this is how we play vertically. If they pass the ball to the side, when they pass the ball to the side, you have no time to move up the field. You understand? But when they play the ball vertically,
You're talking again hypothetically. The team was not set up to play the ball to the side. It was the out ball was to Kyle.
To Kyle, yeah.
The second phase, you didn't have the second phase. Maybe it would be because of one of the points that you recognize and said that was a positive. Your positive was the left winger was dropping back to help. But was the left winger dropping back to help a player who was 1v1? So every time he dropped back and the ball is played forward, he can't get up there because he's too deep. So it could be on that particular instant that is why there's no out ball, because the wingers were dropping too deep to assist defenders who are 1v1. So it's a host of things that
it's not a whole no, Tian. It's not a whole set of things. That's joke what you're saying there. Tian, right. when you look at television, right? Okay. Everybody come back and defend. And everybody move out.
I don't think you're listening to what I just said. I don't think you listen to what I just said. Yeah, the wingers go back if the wing back is in that particular zone. And I'm saying we were going back when it's 1v1 with defenders, we trying to create the superiority with our winger. So when we play the out ball, the winger is already deep in a defensive zone. How are we going to play the second phase?
Question. You feel we don't consider them kind of approaches in terms of superiority and everything? Are we just going to play football? You feel them? No, serious.
No, well, if the winger is running back to assist the wing back, it's obviously to create a 2v1 in your defensive area. But what if
tactical 2v1 or one that just occur just because? I don't get the impression that man we play as even up a certain level too, man. Virgin, the ball went to. I like Gibson as a player. I love Gibson as a player. Gibson lose every ball.
Where's Gibson?
Number 19, I think.
What position you play?
Center midfield.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's for me a couple of phases. Positives. I recognize again. For the entire journey of the way, Vincentian public supported the team right through. We were critical, and being critical about it for me was not negative. It was the fact that we cared why persons were always in tune and making their views heard. So I saw that as a positive from a footballing perspective. My thing is I would hope that there's some level of growth from this entire process that would have taken place. All right. So let's try to move on. And the presentation tonight will cover all of these things that we just mentioned. All of the things that we just mentioned. Okay? But just one other slide that's left to cover, as it relates to World Cup, and then we move forward to our presentation. So let's just look at this and just get some feedback. All right. So first, this is Group One. Group A. El Salvador coming out of that particular group. I don't think there's any surprises there. Group 2, Canada coming out again. I don't think there's any surprise there. First and second were expected in that particular group. For Group A, I was actually anticipating that Grenada would be a little higher in Group A. Group C, I think the table panned out exactly how it was. What's the word I want to use?
Structure.
Expected. So the ranking, based on ranking, it kind of played out basically that way. Group D, I also thought this played out very well. I was quite impressed with Barbados' performance and what they were able to achieve in this particular set of games. And E, I think this one for me as well turned out the way it was expected to turn out. And the interesting group here, which is we see St. Kitts getting out of this particular group. For me, that was quite a great feat for St. Kitts and Nevis, and I know what they have been trying to accomplish in terms of coaching, education, and everything they're trying to do on that particular side. So this in this particular group, I think the expectation was Trinidad would have made it out. St. Kitts was able to do so. Bahamas was able to pull out a draw against Trinidad and Tobago. So all in all, everything turned out what was expected generally to happen. My disappointment is CONCACAF is the only confederation that is only playing 4 games. So in the context, there's no home and away. Everywhere else in the world, they're playing 2 rounds of games. So we're going back to the same old story of playing 4 games and then we finish again. So that would be my little disappointment as it relates to this. I recognize the pandemic and I recognize everything else is going on, but in the rest of the world, the same thing is happening again.
Okay, while you're on that subject, Theon, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think CFU, members associations, they have to be very concerned with their football team. All of them.
Yep.
All of them have to be very concerned. And the guy who is in charge of CFU,
mm-hmm.
I am not sure how these member associations are going to fix their teams. You understand? Mm-hmm. These guys have to take responsibility. The people who run the member associations.
So all of that will be coming up in the presentation.
Okay.
I like your point, though, Sammy, because if you look at it, right, the English-speaking countries, look at where they are. Look at where they are. Last or second to last. Second to last.
Let me tell you something, man. When you're a coach, right? When you don't do well, you have to accept the response. If you don't accept the response, you can't be making excuses. You understand? You are the coach. You understand? You have to make sure that you prepare your players. If you don't prepare your players, this is you, not the players. You ain't do your job. And a lot of these guys in the Caribbean, that's the way it is. I'm not talking about St. Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Trinidad. I'm looking at a lot of these teams. You have to prepare a team. They talk about psychologists and all that kind of thing. What? I coach Division 1 up here, right? Well, used to. And we are no psychologists. All the big team are no psychologists and all that kind of thing. Huh? And you tell, we are no psychologists. We are that, COVID and all that kind of stuff, Really? Really? Stop making excuses. Just prepare your players And this is why you coach. This is why you're a coach. If you can't prepare your players, somebody else got to have to do the job. You understand? This is a national program. National program. There's no excuses. I could understand, if you're in a little village, they're a little village team now. But, and now you're on television, everybody's seeing you. And then Vince people, how they criticize, they will kill you. All national players, right? They were the most critical people.
So I could jump in on that particular point. I think what I felt from past national players would have been in terms of legacy. So legacy in the context of who they see Vincent as and the type of work that they put in, and to see what is being reflected now. I think a lot of them were quite disappointed in that particular. I know before St. Vincent would have lost badly in the past, but I think this particular round of matches was quite disappointing because of the level of play that these players were able to exhibit. So on that point, I want us to look at now, based on Group C, what would have been a realistic goal coming into this group? What would have been a realistic goal? Would it have been to play second, third? What would have been a realistic goal?
When Group C?
That's us. Curacao, Guatemala, Cuba, St. Vincent, British Virgin Islands.
Yeah, it was realistic.
No, I'm saying going into this particular group, what would have been realistic for us to aim for?
Theon, tables don't lie, And before we go in, because I know what QS was doing. You understand? And Cuba had a history. Plus, I think they're a little more structured on us over the years. And I cannot believe they would have beat us. Right? I think where we came is was expected. But the only thing is, no man, don't one lose 10-0. No. That
guys,
is not acceptable.
Listen to me now. Listen. Why are you guys talking about the 10-0? Why you all don't talk about how much shots we get on goal in that 10-0? This is what you've been focusing on. That's our problem,
Sam, you could extend that across all the games as well.
Yes.
So against Curacao, against Cuba, against Guatemala, against British Virgin Islands, shots that we were able to take versus shot against us. I think it would be a very high ratio against.
Guys, let me tell you something, right? When you coach in a national team, the most important position, well, two positions really. You see the center back position? You have to have somebody to head the ball out. You understand? You have to have somebody to head the ball out. You have to have a good center midfield and a good forward. And what we have speed. It's all kind of speed we have. And you and
everybody's fast too, and we alone fast. Huh?
With them, that's it.
Speed of thought. Speed of thought is key.
Yeah.
Understanding our philosophy and how we want to put everybody on the same page. I think there's where we really need to go.
But yeah, you, Bramble, and Mamadi, right? You all in charge of developing the football. The coaches, right?
We.
Yeah, it's true.
No,
you, Bramble, and Mamadi. What are you?
We. All of us. We.
No. Betray you responsible to develop football in St. Vincent.
No.
You, Mamadi, and
we all. We.
How are you going to fix it? How?
I'm going to show you that now. So I'll move on now to show you how it's going to be fixed. Okay?
Tian, just before you go, I just want to make a little highlight in terms of the position that Montserrat ended up in. I was really impressed with the progression of Montserrat.
Yes, that's a good one.
Montserrat.
Yeah. They did very well. When you say Montserrat, Peter, what if from Montserrat?
The only from England is the England thing.
Montserrat, man, Montserrat.
Is that English team?
Montserrat. Yeah. Yeah. So let's try to move forward. I didn't want to raise this answerness, but just for Sammy's sake, I'm gonna raise it a little bit. It is not a question to answer, but just to think about. The fact that Tarman wasn't in goal in Guatemala, and his usual leadership in terms of vocal and organization of the defense, did that have a part to play? The fact that we had a new player, a new system, and a team that's playing very quick, would that have contributed to what took place? Not to answer, just some thoughts to think about. All right. So for tonight, our objectives would be to look at the national teams and FIFA's view on national teams and what should happen. And we're going to look at strategies and performance of the national team program. So different things that you could basically expect. All right. And then we're going to look at some recommendations. Now, national teams performing at the game's pinnacle. I'm going to say that again. Game's pinnacle, some like to say it, the highest level. A national team success can drive football engagement within the country for generations to come. So the question is, how did this particular sojourn affect our football locally? What did it do? Did it cause any change, or will it cause any change? Is there any motivation? Anything that it may have done to affect the way we go forward and the way we perform? National team have offered their players an unrivaled development experience. The elite competition and tournament situation of international football provides an incredible learning process. National teams are important for the health of their domestic football environment as well. A team's success on the global stage can inspire young generation. Somebody was trying to get young generations generate interest in the game and drive amateur engagement in the community. So again, based on how we approach this particular tournament, I see a lot of negatives in terms of coming out in terms of local football. One such example would be the reference of Hope International. What now in terms of national football? The way that their players were treated and were approached, are they still motivated to play for the national team? Are they willing now, based on what happened, to be their best and do their best? I would say yes, because they were able to go out and play as Hope International. But at the same time, the back of their minds, what could possibly they be talking about? From the other end, we said that this would have been a developmental process for a lot of young players. But have we indicated what we plan to develop in these players? Can we quantify it? Did we decide on what are the criteria of this development? And while we were saying and speaking about development, we have to also recognize, did the coaching staff develop from this entire process? Did they recognize that this was a process for them to develop as well? And as well, our public, how did this cause any sort of change or development within the footballing community? While we are conversing, will we ever look to take this approach and look at this particular national team? Just some things to consider and think about. So the national team, one of the key things we have to look at is the strategy and performance of the national team. MAs need to recognize the importance of developing a clear vision and strategy for the national teams. And this obviously based on over the past weeks and discussion, we are lacking in this particular department. The fact that there is no clear vision and mission and strategy, we're all over the place, hence we're unable to secure the type of results that we want. Ensuring that each national team has a competitive game program and that each of these teams play and we're talking youth teams as well, receive enough game time in key responsibility of is a key responsibility of them. And we could answer this particular question. Our national teams don't play enough. And if we go down to the junior level, we obviously have the answer there again. So this would then spill off into our teams and their performance. Each MA decides when to commence its own player pathway via the creation of youth national teams. The age at which a national team program commences varies from country to country due to local circumstances. And again, constant point that is reiterated here by Mr. Alexander. If we're not doing grassroots programs, how then do we decide on the grassroots pathway and selection of national teams and how we move forward? So I would pause here just for comments on the points that I just raised, if there are any comments.
I just think that, I look around, I'm not speaking about St. Vincent. I look at what, the MAs in CFU. And I don't think that they're doing a good job, most of them, in terms of development. I don't think they understand. I don't think they have the personnel to take us to the next level. And if those people above us, above the coaches, can't do that, that's a big problem that we have. There's no way that we can be successful.
Yeah. All right. So strategy. The strategy here is we need a clear vision and strategy for the national team. We need to be playing more games and we need to develop our pathway for our players from junior levels coming up. So those are the main points coming up. Next point that we're going to look at is human and financial resources, ensuring that the coaching staff of the national teams are the best prepared and qualified staff in the country and providing them with the continuous developmental opportunities should be a strategic priority for our MAs. The most advanced MAs employ a high number of support staff to work with their national teams. Although the men's senior national team represents the largest spends across all MAs, the income generated from the team success continues to be the biggest driver of investment. There is an urgent need to develop and employ more female coaches at the top level of the game in every country. So again, the question is, who's coaching? Who's coaching the players? Are they the best in terms of are they being their best? Are they seeking education? Are they trying to improve themselves? The players can only be as good as the knowledge that they're given. And that's a key factor here, as well as looking at from the female side of the game. We're pushing that particular side of the game. We need to take that context as well. More female coaches need to be involved. So for me, this is part of our issue and how we move forward. Now, are we generating enough funds as a federation or as a MA from the national team or even within the form of club football? Until we're able to generate more than just what FIFA offers us, and I think we are failing as it relates to football and its progression. So we have to consider how can we increase our revenues to assist in this process of improving our coaches, whether it is to use the resources to motivate them or to get them into different courses so that they can improve their level of coaching. I pause here again for any comments or any views as it relates to that particular point.
Right. I think our coaches, our young coaches, right? When you start as a coach, it's very important to be an understudy to somebody who's really competent and who's really successful. Chances are that person who you understudy, right? And they're successful, you'll be successful too. because this is how I really started coaching. I mean, I was a tremendous practice player, right? And what the guy saw in me is that every time there was something to do, he called me first. And what it really shows me, at that time, now that after I became a coach, I mean, I knew everything that he was saying, but you have to work on your craft. You have to be on the field every day. You have to study 2-3 hours a day. Football is harder than school. I have a college degree. Let me tell you something. I have a college degree. And football is harder. You understand? So we want our young coaches to spend more. Guys, when I start coaching, right, I make $1,100 for the whole year, and they pay me monthly. So it's like $99, and they take out tax from that for the whole year in the US. That was my first job as an assistant coach. But I was learning. I learned to put down cones and pick up cones. That's the first thing that you got to do. You pick up cones and put down cones. And you seen what the boss do. And remember, you have your own style of play. You have your own philosophy and stuff like that, right? But our young coaches, I don't know most of them, right? But they need to spend a lot of time. Guys, still, I get up 7 o'clock in the morning. And I spend it, because I'm home, I work in the evening. I spend 2-3 hours on soccer, studying, still. Then I have to go on the field 6 out of 7 days. Our guys have to spend more time on soccer, coach more games for you to get better. And you're going to fail at first. You're going to fail, and you're going to correct your mistakes. And this is what I want. I want Theon to be a coach. I don't want Theon to go into. They want him to be, technical director and all that. I want all this information this guy is giving to us here, right? I want to see him doing it on the field. And I know he's eager to do it, but he's playing. He's technical director and all that kind of thing. My friend, you have to be a coach. You don't know. Theon, I want to see. Let me tell you, use our brightest spot. Use our most positive thing going on in Vince now is you.
Stop it. Let's continue. We go finish that off. Let's finish the presentation and then we go get into that. Don't worry, sir.
But it's part of this thing. I mean, why should all you have to do is just quiet. That's all you have to do.
No, I'm saying we can get to that because it's reiterated a lot across the different sessions. So again, I'll continue on your point. Your point was basically persons need to study and practice a lot more to develop the craft. You can only learn from experience, and that is part of the process that we're lacking at the moment. But to add to that, I think two persons need motivation to be in the field of coaching, and it's not a paying thing. So as something to consider as well. So why should Gato decide to spend 3 hours on football coaching when it's not offering him anything basically? Yes, Mr. Alexander, you could go ahead. You there, so Alexander, see have your hand up. All right, so let's continue. So the quality of the pitches available to the national team is quite key and important.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. I will just like to piggyback on Mr. Carrington.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody wants to coach, but everybody wants to coach. As they say in vintage, a big side. I'm coaching at the big team. And so coaching grassroots becomes very difficult. And if you love football, there is where your love begins. There's where your love coaching starts. Because the joy and then to see sweat at the same time and have fun.
Right. So again, quality of the pitches and the quality of the pitches available to the national team is quite key. So just from the essence of what we were speaking about tonight, which is our ability to control and pass the ball. The quality of the pitch aids in this particular process. So one such example is here in St. Vincent, because of the quality of the pitch, you have to keep your eyes on the ball consistently, looking to anticipate the movement and where the ball is going. On a better pitch, on an AstroTurf field, the amount of time you take to look at the ball is a lot less, and you have more time to see what's going on in your periphery. So this is a context as well. The quality of the pitch again will determine how you're able to dribble the ball, how you move the ball, how you shoot the ball, and your readiness to play. So within that same context, we are leaving St. Vincent playing on a particular type of field to go to play an AstroTurf or a slick field that is very quick. It affects us. So the quality of the pitches is quite key and important as well. One of the key factors as well is why we may want to have our center. We have to make sure the pitch is of quality so that our players could be ready for the international game. And if we are saying that, then we have to consider cost of maintenance. Are we making enough money, or do we have sufficient money or finances to maintain what we have or what we would want to have? So this is another side of the coin that we have to look at. The fact that we have to depend on third party pitches also brings with issues, which is we may not get them when we want them. The quality may not be the way we want them to be. And a simple context, St. Vincent players cannot play in the rain because we're not allowed to play in the rain. So even these little things affect eventually how quick the ball is being played, or ability to adjust to the different surfaces and how well we're able to play. So the quality of the pitches available to the national team is quite good. Yes. So
you're saying the quality of the pitches in St. Vincent. Our national players, our national team don't have access to those things.
Give me that question again.
The quality of the good pitches in St. Vincent. Our national players, our national team is not able to use those fields.
We're not using them as regularly as we should.
Why?
Because they are third party owned.
They're not available.
They are third party owned.
Let me third party. But I mean,
the Football Federation doesn't own them, so they have to wait to see what is decided by the owners of the park.
Okay. But that could be true. That's going to change pretty soon, right?
We have
our own field?
I don't know that we have our own field. I don't know that we do.
The field that they're building right now.
You're talking about Brighton?
Yeah.
It's not even. It's not the federations. It's a lease agreement.
Well, I mean, they listen to us.
But the public is still free to use it as.
Okay.
So it's a context. So as I said earlier, we'll be able to maintain the field and the quality of the field as it ought to over the upcoming years. So that's a context, because the quality of the pitch again will determine technical ability. All right. So the same things we complain about in terms of the technical players and their ability to make passes and so forth. So.
But wait. Let's just ask something now. In the past, right, when we were very good, in the 90s,
most of the players on the national team was from Kingston. And the reason why they were more technically sound is because, they used to practice at Victoria Park. Everybody. You understand? Okay. And the other guys in the country didn't have that, option.
Okay. So that's an example in itself?
Right. Yeah,
that's an example. The quality of the pitches outside of Kingston may not have been as good as those in Kingston. And it also reflects in the brand of football too that is played around Kingston. And the teams that have quote-unquote regulation, size, fields, and better quality, it dictates the tactics and the style of play that teams play.
Yeah.
Barley doesn't play the way they play by accident. If you look at the field and the way they play the situation, it defines that particular. Similarly, Leyu and Camden Park. Sand Hill is the same context because with Sand Hill, they were more exposed to small-sided games and it's always touching and moving and goes. So Hope and Sand Hill evolved from that particular context. Plus, if you look at Sand Hill as a field, it was one of the best fields in terms of surface. So it allowed for that particular style of play to happen. Now, today, some of the more technical players are coming from the Georgetown side. If you look at where they practice and where they play, the surface is very good. So it's happening right in front of faces, but we just have to take note of it basically. All right, so the next point that we're going to look at is the appropriate number of matches and training days for senior national teams. We are strategically, our system, I think, is quite odd as it relates to national programs. In the sense, if we look at just the senior teams, we have our players whenever we feel like. And in other countries, if we look at Europe, they only get their players in a given window. So for me, that was quite interesting why we still struggle to organize as much as we should. But also we recognize that the fact that these players are playing at a high level all week and with proper coaching and proper systems, you could see why they excel. But at the same time, I think we can tap into that context that we can have our players as regularly as we want because they are home based. Similarly, at the junior level, I think we have a strategic setup in the sense that the island is very small and transportation from different parts is just an hour. Our ability to tap into that and having proper scouting and selection and when to train and how to train, I think it's an issue. Our ability to fund these type of programs, again, seems to be a problem that is causing a lot of issues. So Mr. Alexander would highlight when he goes to watch St. Vincent and Sammy as well, when he goes to watch junior teams in Florida to play. Before these teams arrived in Florida, they would not have played a practice game. It did not happen. They would not have played a practice game before they got there. Many a times our senior national teams don't get friendlies before they go into games. So these are some of the things we need to recognize and look at and see how we can improve moving forward. The implementation of national playing philosophy and scouting and selection. Again, this is something we have been reiterating here at this particular program. And tonight, an interesting point was made. I think it was Debson who said we played 4 different formations over the period of these 4 games, as well as we played 2 different ways or styles. Is this our philosophy? Is this the way we want to go? And then again, as the point says, scouting and selection, what's the process? I think these two in the entire preparation for this competition, scouting and selection process, we all recognize that it had its flaws and we need to have something done in terms of what the philosophy is and the scouting and selection. If we go to the junior level, not to be biased, but location dictates a lot about who gets selected for the national team. So if you live close to where the national team is training, you have a higher probability of making the team. Why? It costs you less to show up to training. There's lack of funding for players who live further out to get to training sessions. So obviously the coaches are gonna pick or choose players who are there regularly. So again, scouting and selection process. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
I listened to a lot of. I listened to Des. I listened to Kamla with a lot of development and stuff like that, right? At these young age group. But we need to have a structured program whereby that these coaches who coach in the national teams, the young national teams, should be able to go around. It's a small country, and see them playing in games and stuff like that, And I'm sure when you start your programs with your elite programs and all that kind of stuff, that will solve the problem. But right now, it's not in place. So they hear something from a friend, or they recognize from, this guy is good, and so the selection process we're not going to selection process at all.
Yep.
And then must improve. And a lot of good players. Let me tell you something, right? And I'll go back to that again. We had a national team in 2000. We picked 46 players, right? And the 46th player in 6 months, he was in the 18 because he improved so much. So I believe when you have a selection of players, and as long as you practice twice a day, some players are going to make a big jump and improve. You understand? So it's very important for us to expand the scouting. It's a small place, and it would not take long.
And it's not hard.
No, it's not at all. And we have to do a better. We have to do a better job of that. A better job of that.
So national playing philosophy instills a common language, training, design, and game management method, as well as consistent and highly professional sports science processes across all age groups in both the men's and women's programs. We just took a group of under 17 players into the senior national team. Was it a foreign place for them in terms of language, training design, management methods, professional approach? I would say yes. Why is that? Because the philosophies are not translated right across the board. What the senior men team is doing and what the under 13s and what the under 17s are doing, they are not correlated. There's no logical sequence in which we are doing our stuff. This is how we have continuity, but we are unable to do that particular process. All right, so implementation of a national philosophy and scouting and training is important.
But the philosophy is based on the head coach. Is what's the head coach philosophy?
No,
philosophy. The head coach philosophy could be different from the national philosophy. It's not so well. This is how it is right now. So are you saying that that has to change? You get a big argument from the head coach?
I'm saying that there isn't a national philosophy.
Okay.
I'm saying there isn't a national philosophy, so the head coach can implement what he wants. My approach to it is, once there's a national philosophy on hiring a coach, he needs to recognize that this is the direction that we're going.
Okay.
So that's the context in which I'm sharing that particular point. All right.
So you're saying when you get PD, you go do that?
Soon enough, something like that should be out, so no worries.
Okay.
All right.
And who will be in charge of that?
You. So appropriate number of matches and training days for the youth national teams needs to be something that we have to consider and take into context. I know, for example, the under 17 team when they were preparing, and most teams that were preparing, they usually prepare probably, let's say, a maximum of 8 weeks before any game, which is insufficient for the number of training days needed and practice matches that needs to get in. So this is another context again we need to look at as a country. I am privy to some information that moving forward the process will be one of a year. So we prepare our teams across an entire year. Each quarter has a specific goal and function in this preparation. So hopefully we could get this on board and get the process started. Next point, to get Simonson forward and improving in terms of what we are doing as a MA or as a federation, is the implementation of national philosophy and scouting process and selection. So while we were saying it needs to improve, we now have to consider the process of which it needs to get done. All right. It needs to be one where we are considering a long-term vision and planning along with our philosophy for the national team. This must be a project which is led by the technical director, and all the coaches must have this particular buy-in. The relationship between the coaches and the federation needs to improve. There needs to be one where we are able to exchange and share ideas for the betterment of our players and improve this particular philosophy. We need to align the vision of the clubs and the federation in the same direction so that one, we do not waste resources. Two, we reinforce the methods across the board so that more learning and teaching can take place. This again is a key thing, is to look at what the process is of getting the philosophy out and the process of scouting and selection. It is quite key across the country if we want to improve as a nation.
So wait. So that will come from some committee, the MA, the technical committee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Will decide what the style of play is. That's what you're saying.
All right. So the way the process is going to happen is this: the federation would put forward its ideas and its plans, and there will be a period of discussion on what you think it can be and what it should be. But the key thing about this is that it's a general framework. It's not one to say you have to do this or you have to do that. It's giving you some guidelines by which you should follow. And the way the guidelines are provided, you will follow them because they are general things, the little details. So like the sub principles that you're gonna implement into your system, that's really up to you. But the main principles are the ones that are going to be recommended.
Like what though? I mean, you're showing on these things. We'll give some example now. I mean, what we have to really do? We have to guess. Really?
I don't need you to guess. I'm saying it will be out, so you will have a chance to peruse it and make your.
Why there's always secrecy?
What secrecy?
Why can't you just mention? I mean, if you tell us what happened.
What are you talking about, sir?
You say, oh, you have to wait.
I never said you have to wait. I said it will be out, so you will get a chance to peruse it. If you want an example, you're dying for an example, sir. An example would be the numbering system of the field. How do we number the field? All right, that would be an example. There would be a recommendation of how you number so that when you speak to the players, these are the ways that you speak them based on these given numbers. When we are, for example, defending or playing out from the back, what we would want is that we play through the lines. You decide how you want to do that. So that's an example. Play through the lines, meaning keeper, defense, midfield, striker. Play through the lines. If your choice is to move from the keeper to the midfield, that's really your choice. But that's playing through the lines instead of moving the ball across all the lines. So play through the lines using the lines. So that's an example.
Okay, but I suggest this to you guys, man.
Mm-hmm.
This is not good for the young coaches because they understand what you all are talking about, right? What you all have to do, yeah,
This
right?
is funny though.
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's funny because
It's not funny.
You ask me for an example. I give you an example. Then you're telling me it's not good for the coaches.
Because I'm trying to interpret, what you're telling me there, and I just can't. What you guys have to do, right? Everything has to be videotaped so that you can show them exactly what you want them to do.
So you don't understand when I said you have to play through the line, using the line.
Yeah, I don't want to understand that. What I want you to do.
The lines refer to the defensive line, the midfield line, the attacking line. Play through the lines. It's the same thing you guys have been talking about, which is keeping possession of the ball. That's all. That's it. That's it. Play through the lines. That's it.
That can't be it.
You're not listening, sir. Listen, it's a general term. How you interpret and implement it in your session based on you. Play using the lines. Play using the lines.
No,
that's it.
No.
Okay, tell me.
You have to have a space. You have. Okay.
So you're telling me I should tell Hope International System 3 partials how to play the game?
You have to have a library of different things of how you play out of. All right.
Sammy, again, are you telling me to tell Hope International, Chelsea, System 3 how to play the game?
Yes.
No. Then how do you? Sorry, I shouldn't say no. My apologies. The approach is we give you general guidelines. These guidelines will be interpreted by you in your particular way, how you wish. These are club teams. On the other hand, from a national team perspective, this will be different. We would then interpret it specifically how we want our game model.
Okay.
But the clubs have to understand our game model will be based on these general guidelines. So their players, the right back, would understand what playing through the line means and so forth.
Okay, listen to this, right? Jamaica, when they had the Brazil, Brazil coach, 15 years ago, when I was coaching in 2000, something like that, he changed the whole concept of how everybody had the same warm up, all of the clubs, playing out to the back.
And you think that's good that everybody's doing the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
You understand? Okay. I mean, I see Jamaica play 2 days ago. Man, them have and that's not the real team. The possession, the kind of fun that they having, the confidence on the ball, and that come from since 2000. 2000. You understand? 2000.
So you're saying Rennie Sumo's philosophy and strategies still exist now?
Yes.
How
you know why?
So sure about that?
You know why? The person who spearheaded was his center midfielder, and he's the coach now.
Okay.
You understand? So
okay, I get you.
So there has to be a continuation. All of these clubs cannot come up with their own thing and do their own thing.
I never said each club are gonna come up with their own thing and do their own thing. That's not the context, Sammy.
But that's what's going to happen, though. If you don't give them specific.
Sammy, I'll give you a different example. Everybody has to build a house which has 3 bedrooms. That's what we're giving you. Everybody has to build a house with 3 bedrooms. How you decide to build the size, what you decide to put where, it's up to you and your club and how you move forward with the club. What the federation will be providing is the general framework for you to work with. And I am not in agreement with everybody doing the same thing. That's just my view, because it's gonna be boring and monotonous, and Tell me in one league that you know that everybody playing the same.
Every time I turn on my television, everybody look at it.
Tell me the league. Tell me the league.
Everybody.
Tell me the league.
Everybody play the same.
Does Chelsea? Hold on. Does Chelsea, Man City, and Liverpool, do they play out the back?
Yes. If you look at this,
do they play out the back the same way?
Man.
Do they play out the back the same way? Yes or no?
Listen.
Do they? Yeah, man. Do they play out the back?
From the top.
Play?
Okay,
Hold on. It was my turn. I gave you a turn. It's my turn now. Do they play out the back the same way? Yes or no? Do they play out the back the same way?
Man, everybody's competent.
Do they play out? I ain't ask you that.
Yes, everybody. Listen to me. Everybody is competent in the Premier League playing out to the back. Look at Fulham.
I'm gonna ask the question again. Do all of the teams play out the back? Yes. That's your answer. Do they play out the back the same way, using the same strategies, same philosophies?
What does it matter? As long as they play out to the back and they.
But now you're understanding my point. So the federation is going to suggest to the teams they need to play out the back. How they do it is dependent on the team.
No.
Okay. Let's agree to disagree. All right? Let's agree to disagree. So again, I may mention. Go ahead, Shane. Go ahead, Shane. You had the hand.
Yeah, Sammy, it has to depend on the team because different teams will have different players with different skill sets and different ability. So how they achieve the goal would definitely be different.
Let me tell you something, right? I attended the summit in 2019, Youth Development, right? And they had a technical director from where is he from, boy? Where the country that he's from? And all of his teams in the country has the same warm-up. They have to follow the same thing. You understand? And all of the technical directors from CFU, I have pictures of all of them, including our technical director was there. You understand? So what are you guys telling me? You guys telling me one thing, and they're telling me the next thing.
Let's take some context into what you're talking about. When you say all the teams, you say all the national teams,
all of the national teams,
all the club teams.
All of the national teams.
So what did I say about national teams, Sammy? I said for national teams, it would be more specific.
Yeah. If you started with the club teams, right? By the time they get to the national, you have to start with the club teams because by the time they get to the national team, they will understand what you're doing.
Sammy, the general principle is each team must play out of the back.
Okay.
How Sammy decides to interpret that, how Theon decides to interpret that, that's up to them.
Over a period of time, how are you gonna judge these? How are you gonna judge them if they're doing the right thing? How are you gonna measure the success of what you are asking them to do? How long is it going to take to measure that? And how you guys gonna measure that? How?
Sammy. Okay, so let's look at the playing out the back. Your ability to get the ball to the midfield third is a key factor in whether you have played out of the back. Your ease with which you are able to play out to the midfield third would be a performance indicator of playing out of the back. The amount of times you are successful at doing it without losing possession of the ball would be another indicator of which this process is taking place. So a team may decide to come out the back using 3 players. A team may decide to come out the back using 5 players. What are we doing when we allow that? It means the scope of knowledge of the players to play against different systems and in different systems increases their knowledge rather than everybody deciding to play same given week. At the national level, it will be different. The teams would have a more strict process in trying to build out of the back. Yes? Yes. All right. So we can move forward now. So again, communication with clubs,
Yeah.
coaches regarding player performance and welfare. This is quite a key factor as well that we is needed. So how many injuries, what type of injuries a player has, how many assists, how many goals, what is the performance like, how does this player train, how do they work socially, what is their level like in training. These type of information need to be conveyed when players are with the national team or even when they're with their clubs. So that type of relationship needs to develop across the board, where the clubs and the federation, when players are selected, are sharing and exchanging information to help in the development of said players. And currently that is not happening at the moment. So it's something I think we need to improve on. Performance analysis, sports science, and their implementation across the national team. Leading sport MAs utilize performance analysis and sports science support service extensively across age groups and with the senior national team for both men and women. These MAs have developed multidisciplinary teams that work in coordinated way and supporting of the coach. So some of these things, do we have video analysis? Do we have a masseuse? Do we have a psychologist? Do we have a team that is working scientifically? Are we loading and recording the loads? Are we reflecting on what development is? Have we recognized what the key performance indicators are within the science of the coaching? Are we assessing ourselves along the lines of science? So this is the context again that needs to be placed in place so that we can move forward. All right. A significant of MAs recognize the importance of sports science, but have not been able to integrate these services into national team structures. This is often due to lack of financial support or the lack of the availability of suitable qualified personnel. So along the line of qualified personnel, we may have doctors here, but they are not aligned to the sporting field. We may have psychology here, but they are not aligned to the sports science side of things. And even though they are aligned, we can't afford to have them consistently. So what we may find happening is that these persons are only exposed to players when the competition begins. I could guarantee you, and I could tell you, if tomorrow there's a national team training, there's not going to be any physiotherapist, a medic, or anything along that particular line. I could also guarantee you that the science and how we approach the science of the day in terms of what takes place in the session is lacking, and we need to improve on that. How do we then define improvement of the players if we are not using the right ways to measure how it should be done and what should be done? So this is another context that needs to be in place so that we can improve. Again, medical team and its provision across the national team. So I just touched on it a bit, but to look at this particular one, if we look at it in terms of injury and injury recovery and how players are able to deal with injuries, whether they are injuries mentally, physically, or socially, how we're able to transfer information and data across and how we're able to assist these players would be quite key in our process moving forward. Because I can guarantee you, and I've seen this regularly, our players are playing with injuries. And over time, most of these players have developed chronic injuries. If you walk around Kingston now and you look at past players, you will recognize that most of them, I'll use a colloquial term, they broke up. They walk a specific way, they're leaning, they're tilting. It is as a result of not understanding the science and how to help their bodies and how to keep them as fit as they are to be and when they should play and how they shouldn't play. So the medical team across the different national teams and within the structures of the clubs is quite key in this particular process. It helps in the longevity of our players playing at a higher level for a longer period of time. Next one, which is one of my favorite, is the holistic education and the support provision to youth players. Do we actually check on them in terms of school and the academics? Do we check on them in terms of their social life? Do we check on them as it relates to the mental side of them? Maslow and his pyramid basically highlights the hierarchy of needs. Do we even look at these hierarchy of needs and how we're able to support them? A player shows up to training. How can he give you his best when he's not eating well? How can he give you his best when he's not doing well at school? How can he give you his best when things are not good at home? How can he give his best when the manager, the coach of the players are unable to interact well? So the holistic development and how persons interact and communicate is quite key. How are we helping them with their academics? How are we helping them with life in general after football? So this is quite key. Players may make the national team or national junior teams and have to be in training. This could see them missing school when the interest should really be more on school. And how do we develop them? One of my colleagues regularly say players in the under 17 and down category should not make the team unless they're in school or unless they're doing well at school. So these are some of the things that you need to consider as it relates to the national team. Why this is important? If players are able to function well academically, obviously their ability to follow instructions will be improved. If they are doing well at school, mentally they improve, hence they're able to function better in the training sessions and execute the tasks that they're able. When they do well at school, they have a sense of pride and esteem improves because they are doing well socially. The family is encouraged, the family support their kids when they are doing well at school. So then the entire player develops a lot better and then they're able to execute well when they go out to the field. I'll pause here for any comments.
Well, let me ask you a question. That what the school is there for? The school supposed to be doing all this?
All what?
That's what this is why they, all the things you just mentioned. You used to develop these kids. This is the school job. This is not the federation job. Am I wrong in saying that?
You're not wrong in saying
what
that.
What do you say? I want to listen to me. I want to focus
within
the
process. Go ahead. Finish your point. Go ahead, sorry.
I want to focus on football. You understand? Because to develop these kids, I want to get them on the field to develop them on the field. You understand?
Okay.
The parents, their parents, and the school, they have their part to play also. We can't, we don't want to take too much time. Yeah, what are the parents there for?
Okay.
We want to concentrate on football. Let me ask you another question, right? This thing that we have to wait for. Obviously, is it a youth plan or is it a plan for the clubs? Is it a plan for the, what is it exactly?
Plan for football.
That we have to wait on, that we have to wait for. Who is it? Who is going to benefit from it immediately? Is it the clubs? Is it the national team?
A plan for football.
Football.
Yeah.
It can't be a plan for football because I'll tell you why it can't be a plan for football. Most of the clubs that we have, most of the players in the club, at least 60% of them cannot have the development of football in St. Vincent.
I didn't hear the last part. I didn't hear the last part.
At least 60% of our players who play in the Premier Division and the First Division can't help with the development of football in St. Vincent.
Okay.
What am I probably too late?
Explain that.
What I propose
explain what you mean by that.
Look at the teams. Look at them play. Look at the teams in the First Division. There's too many teams. They're not good enough. Most of the players are not good enough. What they go to these teams to get a sweat.
Okay.
You understand? We have to get better. We have to get better clubs. We have to get less clubs. You understand? And that's the problem that we have right now. This is why we're not going to go anywhere because it's too many clubs
we have mediocre players who can't help with the development, and we're just wasting our time with them.
So question to you. Based on the points that I highlighted before, would that help in the process?
But this is what you guys should do, right? I could understand what you're saying there, right? If you say it's a long-term youth development plan, you understand? Forget about the clubs. Most of these guys they're in the 20s and 30s and stuff like that. They're not going to play for the national team. You understand? Most of them not going to play for the national team. You understand? So we're wasting our time with most of them. You go back to your people and let them know if it starts with is a youth plan that you need, especially how we play now.
I don't agree with you, but okay.
So you don't think
go ahead.
You don't think we need a youth development plan?
When did I say we don't need that? I said it's a plan for football. Are youths involved in football?
So you want all them joking man who playing for them first division?
Sammy,
I said it's a plan for football.
I take what Theon is doing, right? Theon is looking at football and SVG on a macro level. So when he says, are they doing the schoolwork, are they development properly, he's looking at the holistic approach of the player to make sure that everything else is okay with the player so they could function on the field, right? Because the fact of the matter is, if they're struggling in different parts of life, that could translate to football.
Okay.
Right? The next thing, and I'll use a practical example to disagree with what you're saying with the structure. I play for Sadi. Sadi is not a coach, but what Sadi does is he creates an environment that we could always play. And that allows players to develop naturally. So the plan that Tian is speaking about, if the plan is implemented and players are playing more and they're playing within a structure, they will continue to develop.
Okay.
You understand?
This is what I want from you guys.
Yeah, no. But you understand what I'm saying, right?
I understand what you're saying. But listen to this.
So then from the players who develop, you're gonna pick the best players and the players who have the capacity to translate what the national team wants to do and execute the plan, and then football will develop.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So the foundation is getting them playing regularly and playing in a particular system so that they can develop those skills. So when they reach the national level, you don't have to teach them those skills. They just expand on those.
Could I ask a question? For the past 30 years, you think our national team, you think they had a problem being among the best in the Caribbean? Our national team, for the past 25 years.
Given I'm 30 years old, I can't answer that question.
We may can't answer that question.
I'll defer to one of my elders because I don't have the knowledge. I'm 30 years old.
We have had. Why do you think the national players are so upset? We have had in the Caribbean, most of the most skillful players in the Caribbean, and a lot of them did have a secondary education. So what are you telling me? Are you telling me? Are you telling me the prerequisite, to be a good footballer, you have to go to school and do all these things, and you have to be, well-rounded and stuff like that? This is what if you don't have these things, you can't be a good footballer? What are you, crazy?
What he's saying is those things will help you to make a better footballer. He never says those things will define you. Of course it will.
Listen to me, my friend. In order for you to be good on the football field, we need to get programs for the guys, football programs for them. Let the school teachers let the parents take the kids, if they need extra, whatever they need. I mean, I'm proud to say where we look at us. You understand? We are the foundation there. You understand? I'm not sure if it's our
Sammy, question to you. These same great players, why weren't they able to excel when they got contracts?
Back in those times, the opportunity, all players need, is opportunity, So you are saying,
why didn't they get opportunity?
Because the opportunity was not there. Was not there back then.
Okay. So the opportunity was that there. Do you still care about these same players and how they function in society after the national team?
I cannot worry about all.
Who then continues the process of coaching?
Listen a minute. I cannot concentrate. You cannot go on all that kind of stuff, you know.
So that's what I'm saying. You are focusing on a micro something which you cannot see how everything else affects what you're talking about.
Can't.
The field, what happens on the field is affected by everything off of the field. Until you can recognize that, we can stay here whole night.
Yeah, your job.
We can
federation job.
We can stay here whole night.
Listen to me, the federation job is to develop the youth players in St. Vincent. After we fail this time, right? This is the time to develop our youth program.
Sammy, what if they can't get to the field? Sam, what if they can't get to the field?
What if what?
What if they can't get to the field?
What if they can't get to the field?
What do you mean can't get to the field? Well, I don't understand that question.
So we're looking at the everything around the football. You're looking only at what happens on the field itself. So Vicky's asking, what if you can't get the players to come to the field?
You can't get on the field. Go to the communities. They're right in the community. What do you guys have to do? Football has to go back to the community. You guys are listen to me. You guys are talking about about grassroots programming or once a week. People don't play football. You can't develop
Sammy, you're all over the place right now. You're all over the place. You're all over the place. You're all over the shop right now.
There's no
all over the shop right now.
Gentlemen, good night. Good night.
All over the shop right now. You're all over. We have acknowledged many a times that there is not a plan. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge that there's no philosophy. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge as well that we have too many clubs. We need to reduce the number of clubs to the quality. We have said that over and over.
And what you all doing about it? You all doing nothing about it. Nothing. A bunch of talkers. You guys obviously you guys go to work after 3 in the evening. Obviously, all of you guys.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
Sammy, you can hear me?
Yes, Patrick.
Yeah, again, everything comes back to the people who really love the sport and want to develop the game. Anything in St. Vincent could be overcome. A small place like St. Vincent, you're telling me you can't get to players? Are we serious? You find a way. That is what administration does. Here's an example.
So let me just ask a question. Let me just ask a question. Hold on. Right now, it's feeling to me that all the points I would have brought forward tonight, right?
Yeah.
It seems as if we're not listening.
Yeah, we are listening to you, you know.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
But you
hold on, man.
We know what you're saying.
Hold on. Because you're gonna complain about a specific thing. And I showed you earlier how it can be addressed. And you can come back and make noise about it. Then you're gonna say nothing is being done. I cannot change what is being done and what is not being done.
Yeah,
what I am doing here is giving feedback on my opinion on what can be done and what cannot be done. So that's the context, and that is the context.
Yeah.
But let me finish, Samuel. Let me just finish your thought. But Theon, when we say things, it's not really directed at you. Okay, we understand what you're telling us. So don't be directed at you.
I'm saying to you over weeks and weeks again.
Yeah, I know that. But here's the deal.
And your approach of saying it, does it change anything? We are having a discussion. Let's have it.
But that's
not
part
about who and what.
Part of the discussion is for us to tell you
how we're in a position to change things.
But let me Theon, I just want to
go ahead, Patrick. Sorry,
point,
Patrick.
Right? And again, it's about people who really want the sport to develop. How long have we had Brighton, Theon? Yes, correct? Am I right? Here's what I would have done with Brighton, one of my plans. You see that little house on the side there? Right? That's your gym. You're moving washing machines, dryers. You're moving a little place where you could watch videos. You're moving a universal gym. You're moving things where people could get a cold bath, a steam bath. Don't tell me those things can't be done. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm saying
you could put another flow on it.
And that's another thing.
Another flow up top.
So here's my point. FIFA gives you money to do those things, right? And here we are, 15 years later. When I first came there, they said they were doing something with it. It's more 15 years later since that someone told me that. So this is just an example of everything else, Theon. So when we say we run in football, you know, that little room there, that's where your physio and everything is being done. You could move in a steam room. You could move in one of those things there. It's your universal
as I said,
gym.
You could put it upstairs. You could use the analysis room upstairs.
But exactly, but this is what I'm talking about. But instead, Theon, the last time I was there, dogs all over the place, no fencing. When you fellas ate, you threw the stuff there, and all the dogs come and eat it. And garbage cans open. This is supposed to be a clean place where fellas could clean, where you could go and do your sessions, video and whatnot. But this is what I'm talking about. So when I see that alone tells me what's happening with the development of football. It's nothing like that. I only made that just one point. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. The other thing I want to say there is and this is something that I have to be careful how I say it, but all the stuff around, all the asides, all the extraneous stuff notwithstanding, I know what federation should be doing. I know we all know that there are a lot of shortcomings, but here's the bottom line, Theon. Your national team has to be coached by someone who really know what they're doing. Okay? And I say this because, one, when you go out there and we get the results that we've gotten, what does the world and everybody else and ex-players think of us? It says we're not doing anything in the country. Let me finish.
No, I rephrase it by saying not just the national team, but national team.
Exactly. But but your national team is a reflection of whatever else is happening.
No,
so
we might go Florida and you go see the under 17 player, might go and see. So looking at it across the board.
But especially your senior national team, that's where your rankings come. That's where your players are going to get contracts because you know they have to play 3/4 of your international game. Your national team is important. Not only that, here's what's also very important, Theon. Since we're all over the place with a philosophy, if you have a national team that's well coached, that could be the model for everybody else. This is what I'm saying. But right now, I look at our team in the last 4 games. If a junior fella, if a 15-year-old watch us play against Cuba, a very average team, does that motivate them to want to play for the national team?
I see like you're coming later.
No,
that's all right.
I was listening.
We need to raise balls.
No, coming late. I don't want to
just listen.
No, why I said that, I highlighted that point from all.
I know that. So that's my point. And here's the other thing too. Part of management is to make sure our football, the game itself. Yes, I know all that stuff that you're trying to do on the outside, but the game itself, while you're doing that, the game can't fall down. Because when you have nice office, when you have this plan and that plan, and your team can't even qualify for a CONCACAF tournament, then you failed. We don't judge you by how much telephones you have. We're not judging you by how pretty your uniforms are. We ain't judging you, we're judging you by what your game says on the field. I'm watching Cuba. Not once did we test Cuba and go forward and pressure them to see how they react. Not once. We let Cuba play. And if you let anybody play, they will play.
Like
Patrick,
you hear me say that? You hear me say that?
I didn't hear you. I'm telling you.
Patrick.
No. What I'm saying is right now, while we're fixing everything and we're struggling with everything else, you cannot let your game, your national team fall down. This is something they have to take a serious look at because it's going to get worse and everybody's going to be turned off. The English fellas won't even want to come and play for you.
Patrick,
because it looks like you're going to embarrass them.
If you had plans of scouting in Simmons, you change your mind.
If I had plans of, you see what I'm talking about?
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if before these 4 games you had plans, I need to go to Simmons to scout some players.
Right.
After these games.
But let me say something. Theon, let me say something.
But these are not our best players.
No. Sammy, but so that's part of the thing. Your national team's supposed to go do whatever he can or she can to get the best players from the country. If even the federation don't send you, you have your pride, you go yourself. You go yourself. When I was there running for presidency, nobody gave me money. I got on Georgetown, I got all over the place. When I didn't have a ride, I got on the bus. To do what I had to do.
Okay, Patrick.
Well, let me finish, Sammy. Let me finish because I ain't going to talk again. I don't deal with excuses. And this seems to be a big problem in St. Vincent. COVID, hurricane, or whatever you call it, eruption and all that. Okay, fine. But you know what a good coach does, Theon? You take the adversity and you use it to motivate your players. This is what you do. Don't make an excuse, because if you make an excuse, players feel, okay, they're off the hook. Guys. Use the adverse effects and everything that happened to the country to motivate your players and make them play. This is what you do. Don't give me excuses.
Okay, Patrick, listen, right.
Last thing, Sammy. Jesus. COVID and all have nothing to do with your play. Let me say this. Sammy, I'm going to be done because I ain't talking again. COVID, them things have nothing to do. Your players can't even stay compact so they could move the ball and keep possession. We lost every head ball. Every head ball. What does that have to do with COVID? Please tell me. And the earthquake and whatever else. Can't even. No, you laugh. But those are things that are coachable. Players will improve. It's called functional training.
Thank you, Patrick.
And you learn by repetition.
Thank you. You should be early. You should be here 8 o'clock.
Yeah, if you have to go and come to a practice and you have to head 50 balls, then you head 50 balls. If you have to head 100 balls, then you head 100 balls. Your defense played high, but they don't know when the drop when the long ball is coming over. So all Cuba does is send the ball over and men run from the wing.
Okay, Patrick. Okay.
Come on, man. This has to do with coaching. Even when federation ain't getting you nothing. If you have a man coaching your team well, your team will play well.
Patrick, listen to me.
Marking.
Patrick.
What marking have to do with COVID and what the federation does? Talk to me now. No. I'm talking. So this is why I don't like to talk much, because I get very mad when I hear people coming up with excuses for all these things that is between a coach and his players. Got nothing. When I get them there, and motivation, right? You need psychologists. Those players don't need psychologists, because if you're bringing a psychologist, special situations, yes, a man has some kind of thing. But I'm talking about just the basic players. Psychologists.
Man, those guys read up in a book someplace and
no, their doctor is their coach. And when a coach tell a player, you cannot play on this level, no psychologist is going to help that player. It's not about him, it's about his relationship with him and his coach and his game. So at the beginning of a tournament, you make a public statement that your players can't play in the highest level and you expect them to win games?
Okay, guys,
those boys had no confidence at all.
Okay, guys,
you have good players. 18 is good. 16 is good. 5 is good. Even little Colin Williams came on running his ass off. And the biggest thing is too, despite being dominated and whatnot, them boys never stop playing. So they need help, and that's why I feel bad for them.
Okay, so this is why
I love the fact that you have some positives in there. I love the fact that you have some positives.
I've always said that. They don't stop. But you gotta help them. This is why you have coaching staff. Help them, man.
Okay, Patrick, listen, right?
Yeah, I ain't talking about it. I'm just gonna listen.
Okay.
I get too upset when I talk about this. Seriously.
Everybody agree that our national team has failed. And there must be changes, right?
in order to develop our country in football, right? Theon and them have a document coming out, or a plan coming out of how to develop overall football in St. Vincent. But half of these guys on the national team will not be there 2 years from now playing, right? Half of these guys on the national team playing for these club teams. So they want to go back. And that document, whatever they're trying to do, they are looking to develop the clubs, I guess the elite programs and stuff like that. I am saying, this is the wrong way to go. You have to have a youth document. You understand? Because we don't have enough youths and them playing for these clubs. It's all men playing for these clubs. They will not be representing the national team anytime soon. The time gone already. You understand? So we have to, our primary purpose of development, it has to be youth development. This is where the money has to go. This is where our best coaches has to go. Forget about these clubs. They're all players. They're not good enough to win games for St. Vincent.
No, Sammy, you can't forget about clubs. Clubs, you can't forget. Clubs is what break the players. National team ain't got no players.
But no, listen to me,
clubs.
Patrick. These youth players belong to clubs. Patrick.
I want to see more club coaches involved.
Patrick,
with all these meetings we have.
Patrick,
no, Sammy, the clubs are there.
Wait, hold up
now. The clubs are
these youth players belong to clubs.
With the youth, yeah, the clubs have youth senior and everybody goes.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So give the clubs the money. The clubs that can, who there for sweat and they know who they are, get rid of them because they don't meet the club licensing process.
If you want to say consolidate the clubs, yes, because really we need the best in order to develop good players, and this is all over all the youth. You need the best players concentrated in an area where every game counts. In other words, you need a national Premier League. Theon, how much in our Premier League? 24 teams? How much?
No.
12?
10.
Okay, 10. Could we get 12 or 15 teams with the best players in the country competing? Spread them out over those 12 so that every game is a competitive game.
Patrick,
this is what the goal should be.
We have 60 teams and we don't need 60 teams.
I know that, Sammy. I know that. So federations
what I'm saying is, this is what I'm
have your premiership team. Just like premiership anywhere else. You have to have the clubs, but bring them clubs, and every club should have at least 10, 12 players in the starting who are capable of playing the national team. Now you have a competition where
Patrick is not saying these guys are all. These guys, listen to me. These guys are all players.
They will not clubs. Well, clubs will take care of them. If they're all, they ain't gonna make the
players
clubs.
who play for the clubs are all players.
All right. Let's look at your argument. Name a club. Any club.
Your club.
Jebel. Who are the old players in Jebel?
You. Right?
That's it?
Well, I don't know your players. I know you.
So, but you're talking a general statement, like if you know something, so tell me. Hope. Let's go to Hope. Let's go to Hope. Let's go to Hope. Who in Hope all?
Well, nobody from who made the team.
Let's go to Pastures. Who in Pastures all?
Yeah, I'm not saying
nobody. All right, let's go to Avenues. Who in Avenues all? Who in Avenues all?
What I'm saying, right?
Who in Avenues
what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. Okay, these players in the clubs now, the current players in the clubs now, whether you have 150 players right now, we talk about you guys have to do immediate action because all of you just talk. Since 3 years, I talked to you. I was in St. Vincent 3 years ago. You guys have done nothing to football. It seems like to me, you are wondering what to do still. How long is it going to take you? We need immediate action right now, based upon what happened this week. You understand? And you guys
immediate action to do what?
To produce a plan for the development of football in St. Vincent.
So what are you talking about, Sammy?
I am talking.
What have we been talking about since you start talking? You're getting a little too emotional, brother. Man.
Is that emotional, Theon?
Yes. Because you're not your points, you're making some generalized statements. And if somebody is to listen to you, they will take them for facts.
Theon, you're coaching education. In the past years, what have you guys done?
Nothing.
Exactly. Your development of youth football, what have you done?
Nothing.
And you still want me to go on?
Why you go on?
Your elite program, what have you done?
Nothing.
No, man. Theon, you know better than that, man.
I know better than that.
I have a lot of faith in you, Paddy. I have a lot of faith in you. And let me tell you something now. You better get your team together because these guys, they're going to pull you down, partner. They're going to pull you down. You understand what I'm saying?
Next topic. I gotta go soon. What's the next on the line?
You gotta understand who I am first before you make them kind of statement.
Okay.
What's next on the agenda, Theon? What's the next topic?
Right. So I'm just closing off with the recommendations for the national teams that I think, FIFA is suggesting. So competitive opportunities for youth and senior teams outside FIFA World Cup should be extended at both confederation and regional level to create new tournaments. The ages of FIFA and confederation youth competition should be reviewed to guarantee that no age group misses out on the opportunity to appear in a major tournament. One such example would be if we keep having under 17 competitions every 2 years, it would mean a specific age group, which would be the 15 going to 16, they would usually miss out on playing for the national team at an under 17 level. So that's just a scenario. The model of having a youth national team at every age, which is U15 to U20, should be considered by more MAs, as this helps to identify and accelerate player development for nearly every birth year and would provide a clear pathway for the development of future senior national teams. Right, next recommendation. International events should be used to share knowledge and best practice amongst technical staff. So when we go out to play, we should have conversations with the other coaches to understand what their processes is and how things are being done. MA should ensure that a national team performance plan is in place that sets targets for the development of homegrown talent available for selection by the national teams. Technical leaders need to create a clear vision and strategy for building a competitive national team program and set specific objectives that are evaluated on a regular basis, enhancing rapport and establishing common practices across men's and women's senior and youth national teams in order to close the gap between them should be a key priority. Next recommendation that is coming out is MAs need to create robust recruitment processes in order to be able to identify and select the best prepared and qualified staff for the national teams while providing ongoing CPD opportunities. In addition, they should explore ways to educate, develop, and recruit more female coaches, staff, and technical leaders in order to resolve the huge disparity that currently exists. I saw a couple hands up. You guys could go ahead now and comment on what it is you wanted to bring forward.
As I was saying on my way home, I have seen in Vinci, right, that everybody want to coach the big team as they sit on the big side. Okay?
That's where the glory is.
Yeah. So
that's where the failure is too.
So there isn't much happening on the youth side. And it's like we more focus on our national team and we forget about our youth. on Friday, my son and I was very proud of my son because he wanted to watch St. Vincent. And while we were watching the game, he said to me, your pops, do they have any youth program there? And I'm like, I tell him, I said, it's like, that's a difficult question. And he said, it doesn't look like, because these national players, it look like they did not come to a youth program. Look, they can't even make a 5-yard pass. How embarrassed is that? So we can come on here, we can talk as much as we want. It come back to the same thing, Theon. We can have these programs, you can have these Zoom, unless the coaches in Vinci do not put in the work in the youth program, we're going to be back at the same place, saying the same thing. How you can have so many clubs and no youth program? It baffles me. Okay? So it's like we can be here every single week saying the same thing, but if we don't have coaches that is committed to youth development,
that coaches, a federations, Stumbler.
Yeah. And we're gonna hear the same thing. World Cup qualifying failed. Oh, we're preparing for the next 4 years. How? I've been hearing that mess, that crap, since 2010. Since 2010. Hold on, Sammy. Let me land. Because I listen to you guys. It's my turn now. I've been hearing this crap for the longest, and these MAs buy into it, and basically, they're not seeing that nothing has been happening. Nothing has been happening. Where is our future? What are we doing? We don't have no product. Like you said something to Mr. Hahn that if he was looking before the 4 games for players. Look, I can't even think. I cannot even think because I'm so hot and disturbed. I have not even I can't take in mind of the game, and I can't even analyze it properly.
This is where I can't differ. Can't do it for you.
Huh?
This is where I can't differ.
I cannot even analyze it properly. I'm just because it's the same thing I've been saying for the longest. Where is the youth program? Where are we getting these national players from?
Scamla, wait, hold up. Just wait now. Wait, right? The other of them have something in the works coming out, and we have to wait for it. Wait. Just wait. You jump back in just now. Wait now, Scrambler. Right? What I'm saying, right? That document, right? Am I there? Yeah, that document. It has to be a youth plan document to establish the youth teams and the youth academy. Because most of the guys on the national team would not be there. So it has to be, it's for the youth academy that they have to concentrate on. You understand? And that document.
But Sammy,
yeah,
that document, it pertains to the youth. You have to start with, when you say youth, what are you talking about? You're talking about 12 and 13 year olds up, you know?
Yes, from 13
but they have to learn it too. You just have to realize that the expectations won't be the same for the senior players, and you maybe twinkle it a bit. The youth players got to learn to play out to the back if that's what we want them to do.
No, but
yes.
this is what I'm saying.
Sammy, listen. Sammy, you can have a youth model from whatever they put out. Okay? Just modify it a little bit, right? Because they're youths, they're 12, but they still have to learn it. Your expectations of how they do it can't be the same.
Patrick,
but Sammy, at 12 years old, you have to teach what they need to do at 21.
It's the same thing that the same team has to do the same thing.
What was that?
No, Sammy.
Oh, you gotta take again. Sammy, it's like, okay, let me try an example. Sammy, you're coaching a women's team that's 12, 13, 16 years old. Are you coaching them in terms of tactics? Are you coaching them any differently than you coach a boys' team?
No.
Right, the women got to do the same thing. But the point is maybe how you apply it, how you talk to them, and your expectations can't be the same.
Yeah,
because they're smaller, they're more delicate, they get hurt easier and things like that. So, but it's the same thing you got to teach. The game doesn't change based on gender or based on size or based on age. The game doesn't change, Sammy. It's the same game. But what I want to add to Theon, this national recommendation.
I didn't even finish.
Okay, go ahead, Scrambler, you're on. Go, Scrambler, you're on. You're on, Scrambler.
So this is what I'm saying. We cannot get nowhere, and after every failure, you hear the same thing. Oh, we're looking for the next 4 years. Looking for the next. Sammy, please let me finish because I'm already pissed. We're looking for the next 4 years. Every failure. Okay. This is the time where we should be able to put everything in place properly so that when the next 4 years come, we get the ball rolling. People in the federation should stop hanging back.
Scrambler.
Stop being there for a picture. Okay?
Scrambler.
Patrick, you talk to me after I'm done.
But you're taking all night.
But we helping you, Scrambler, we helping you along because somebody was fumbling and somebody was. Immediate action. Immediate action, Scrambler. This is what you're trying to say. Immediate action. You fumbling around the walls and things like that, you know. Immediate action.
People in the federation have to step up, stop being there for a paycheck, and being there to solve their purpose.
Okay, Scrambler, okay, listen to this.
Yeah.
Listen to the export. The export is right here. Is the host. The export is the host of this thing. You understand what I'm trying to say? We believe in this guy. This is why we're here every Wednesday with him.
And Scrambler too. Scrambler, what I want to tell you Scrambler, you see that St. Vincent team? I personally don't believe it's the best thing we could produce.
No, it's not.
I don't believe it. I do not believe it because I've been there and I see players who are better than what I've seen. So that's the first thing. I don't believe. Secondly, all those players could learn things and improve. We are not that bad. But the boys need help and they need a lot of coaching. That's the second thing. Yeah. Let me just finish this, Sammy. So that's something that they have to look at. Also, in terms of these recommendations, here's a problem that we've got into in the Caribbean. because FIFA gave us money and CONCACAF come up with Nations Cup and whatnot, all of a sudden we depend on that and we are not doing for ourselves. Please tell me, what competition does CFU have right now? Somebody tell me now. Excellent, nothing. Why not? CFU is us. We have to be able to stand on our own. So we can't just sit back and take just the games that CONCACAF give us. There's no reason why CFU should not have in the off years, are you 15, are you 17, are you 20, and a national tournament. We need to continue to do that and find the money, and I'm sure FIFA will give us something for that, and I'm sure we could get sponsored, but we sit on our asses, and because we get so complacent, because CONCACAF is doing everything for us. Ridiculous. Guys, totally ridiculous.
Guys, listen to me.
And this is why, let me finish. This is why FIFA could go into Trinidad and do whatever they did, because they don't respect CFU. They know CFU is dependent on them, right? So CFU, all them MAs are going to shut their mouths. But if you just coalesce and if you work together, you'll get respect. FIFA will realize these fellas here together and all these fellas have one vote. And as president, that 120-something vote could make a difference in the FIFA presidency. That's the mentality we need to have. But instead, FIFA split us up. Barbados get the headquarters for this. Somebody else get headquarters for that. And before you know it, we're not doing anything for ourselves. That's a big problem that we have.
Well, all has been changed, you know.
I hope so, Sammy.
We have the document.
I hope so. Sammy, I hope so. I hope so.
What I want from Theon, what is the vision for this thing that you are working on? This secret, what is the vision for this thing?
But that ain't got nothing to do with CFU.
No, we talk about Vinci, we talk about CFU, I talk about Vinci.
But CFU is important too. CFU could.
No, we have to fix ourselves first. So we want to know
from help all of us.
Unless Theon they want to tell us, you document really said. We want to know what the vision is, Theon. So what do you want to do now?
Because Sammy, here's how CFU could help us. In the off season, whether you 17, you 18s, you could have your own tournament.
Is dead. CFU can't have a tournament.
But my point is revive it. That's my point. We have to revive it. We have to revive it. And then when we work together, we become self-sufficient, and we could band together and have vote in a block and get respect. This is how Jack Warner became popular and famous and powerful, because they respect 20-something votes or 30 votes, whatever it is. Okay? Makes a difference in the FIFA presidency. Right now, CFU is all over the place. All over the place. Nobody stood up for Trinidad. So they came in and do it. Look what's happening to Trinidad now.
Patrick, if people get something done,
so let's look at the big picture throughout the Caribbean.
I believe in Theon, okay? And a lot of people believe in him, okay? We, especially the guys on the Zoom, we support him every Wednesday. We don't miss on a Wednesday, right? We want to make sure that whatever decision he makes, that he's going to succeed. We don't want him to try and.
But Tommy, it's not about Theon alone. Theon alone can't do anything. One person can't do anything.
Well, he's the voice.
What we should be doing here is creating policy, okay, that drive the football forward. But we don't have we have no policy, different things. Everything, we just deal with things on an ad hoc basis.
Our youth academy.
Theon is going to need help if he finds himself in a position to make decisions.
Well, this is what
it's not made by himself.
He's not dummy.
But there's a lot of guys who are not dummies. But when you have a group of friends or drinking friends and they want to take care of each other and then forget about and they have their own agenda. It all comes down to good people. He need good people around him. That's all it is. There are some good people in the Federation that I know that are trying. I know that personally. But it can't just be one or two people.
Guys, the plan has to be a youth development plan with the clubs and with the academies. if we could accomplish these two things as soon as we come back from this COVID thing and all that kind of stuff, then we have a start there. I have confidence in Theon with the coaching education part of it. I'm not sure exactly why they haven't done more.
Well,
this man is competent to do these things.
Sammy, you know they're doing it, you know. Sammy, did you read the article on 784 News?
And what?
They're trying that they have something in place.
Is there any more information than anything that in coaching education on the Zoom? Really?
Yeah, we're not. Let's start with. Let's start with what they're thinking.
Amount of information on the Zoom. If you're not on the Zoom,
Sammy, let's start with what they're thinking of doing, right? And as we get to each hurdle, something from the Zoom gonna come out. That's how it is. Something from the Zoom gonna come out.
For coaching education, the Zoom is a place to be.
And here's what I say: if nothing happens, Theon cannot leave St. Vincent. He can't come to New York or USA. Otherwise, he's done. He's finished. You have to stay in St. Vincent and stay there if he ain't do what he had to do. Because anytime he leave and he come out of St. Vincent, especially if he come to New York,
he'll leave in.
Well, I don't know what we're going to do with him. We'll string him up or something. I don't know.
We want to give this man enough.
No, but I think we have the policies here, and I think you need people to implement them. That's all it is. St. Vincent could be just as good as it was, and better. I watched St. Kitts today. I watched St. Kitts Trinidad today. Good game. You won't believe how they played. Both teams played well.
Forget about these teams, man. We're talking about Vincent. We don't want St. Kitts.
St. Kitts is the team. St. Kitts is the team that we used to beat all the time. What are you talking about? And Barbados too. I'm older than you, so you don't remember that.
Excuse me, as a coach, I beat all of them. What are you talking about? Those two teams that you talk about.
Okay then, so you should know. Right, so what I'm saying is, we should be where we are now.
Listen to me, Patrick. Patrick, listen to me. This guy have all of the information that he needs to make this thing work. He just have to have the right people to carry out these things. You understand? And what I'm saying, and this is why whatever document it is, whatever thing is this, it has to be a youth development plan.
Sammy, also too, I think the fellas down there need to talk to other people outside of St. Vincent. They seem to think that everything that's happening in St. Vincent is exclusive only to St. Vincent. There's a lot of men out here with knowledge and ideas, but that's how you learn. That's how you learn. Here's the other thing that when I criticize them, here's what I say. Every time something happens, they have an excuse. I see an article where they blame COVID, they blame this.
No, these are the wrong cause.
But for two things. An administration is there to deal with crisis. If you can't deal with a crisis, I need to be positive.
Don't listen to them. Listen to Theon. Listen to Theon. Don't listen to them. They don't know.
Sammy, I'm not talking about Theon. I'm talking in general.
No, the people who you're talking about, who making excuses.
Sammy, any administration has to be able to deal with everything. Players can't deal with it.
The people who making excuses, don't know anything about football.
What I'm saying is,
who will listen to them?
Okay, Sammy.
Listen to the expert.
Sammy, stop. Listen. You got to listen to. My point is, generally speaking, we in St. Vincent make excuses for everything. Boy, we're too small. We ain't got the technology US have. We ain't got this. We ain't got that. If they look around, they'll see how much they have. Not only that. Listen, Sammy, when you have a crisis, you turn it up, you flip it around, and you use it to motivate your players. Yes, we have a volcano. So tell them, look, let me show them how resilient we are. We just come out of a volcano and we could still beat you.
Patrick,
this has to be the mentality of your coaches. Sammy, let me finish. This has to be your focus is a little bit too narrow, Sammy. I'm talking about in general.
I'm not talking in general,
This is how you survive.
When I'm telling you, right?
Sammy, let me ask Sammy. Montserrat had a volcano that mashed up the whole country.
It's all English players and Montserrat.
It doesn't matter, Sammy. You got to start some way. Look where Montserrat finished now. Come on, man. We cannot always use because when you use those things as an excuse, you give the players an excuse.
These are people who doesn't know football. Listen to the expert. You understand?
I just talking.
You listening to the wrong people.
I'm just telling you this.
You following the wrong people on Facebook. You following the wrong people on Facebook, my friend.
What does that have to do with Facebook?
They're tricking all of you. They're tricking you. They're tricking Mokri. You are following the wrong people on Facebook.
Sammy, all I'm saying is, Sammy, you always look at the positive side, and when bad things happen, you flip it around and you make it work for you. That's what that's the right attitude of a sports person. No, Sammy, Muhammad Ali refused to fight in the war in Vietnam. They banned him from sports. Muhammad had to train on his own, and he fight, and legally in about 3 or 4 years, he was back on top and became champion. Now, if Muhammad Ali had lied down, we would never have heard of him after that.
Patrick,
we have to turn the negative into a positive. The volcano in St. Vincent is not going anywhere. It's going to erupt again sometime.
You talk about volcano, you talk about COVID, you talk about Muhammad Ali, you talk about everything.
Anyway, fellas, I gotta go. I can't say much more, but that has to be the attitude, because obstacles are gonna happen. Whatever could go wrong will go wrong. It's how you manage it.
We need immediate action right now, and with that action, it has to be a plan, and the plan has to be the youth academies, and it has to be the youth team.
Sammy, they hear you. The boy Theon hear you. Don't worry, them. He hear you. Theon hear you.
But when you're telling me you're not going to get any specific things, the youth team, in the club specific. You have to get them, and you have to monitor their practices also.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they're going to work from the same manual. It's how you administer it to them. You can't coach a 12-year-old the way you're going to coach a 21-year-old.
Well,
just the language and how you speak to him, and your expectations have to be different. But you still have to teach the same things. This is all I'm saying. So it's nice. Of course, you can have a separate model for them. But if you have a basic model, you can extrapolate from that.
A separate model
coach the boys.
A separate model for who, Patrick?
No, I'm saying you want a separate model for the youths, right?
It's not a separate. No, I don't. They have to be
an extension
from the youth is the same going up to the senior team.
So why I said something. I ain't say a football, something for football.
No, not football. Most of the players who play football now.
Sammy. Let me try and enlighten you on something. When you talk football is not what happens solely on the field. You have to think about people past the age of 35. This is what you have to look at. You have to look at who's going to be your fans, who's going to be your coaches, who's going to be your medics, who's going to follow the game from their particular profession to continue the sport. It is not just about what takes place on the field, Sam. You have to see that, man. You can't just be talking just so and just being emotional over and over all the time. So yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. On the field have to improve. How is it going to improve when you don't have people wanting to coach? Or people with the right capacities wanting to coach?
Yeah, the people wrong.
It's not so wrong. It's not so wrong. It's what exists. You have to work with what exists, Sammy.
This document, right, that you have there, that you all have. Obviously, there's a vision for it, right? There's a strategy, right? And there's a philosophy.
Yes, sir.
Right? Why you guys, and you all to follow it? Whatever it is, whatever the vision is, whatever the strategy is, whatever the philosophy is, you have to follow it. What is it? What is it? No, you're not talking to people who know football. You understand what I'm saying? And we all have to come good. We'll shame you every time. I'm telling you, you have to do it the right way, and you know how to do it the right way of anyone. Probably how you relate it. You understand what I'm saying?
I guess you're not listening on. Again, the document is never completed, son. It will never be finished, son. When the document, as in when we provide you with the document, the function of the document is give you a guide. But the document has to evolve as we recognize that things need to change or they don't apply within the document.
Oh, Jesus. And that's 3 years.
Lord of mercy. Sammy, you will get the document tomorrow. If you get it tomorrow, the document isn't finished. Because as we use the document, we recognize some things may not work, some things have to change.
Well, how you know it will not work? You don't know unless you know.
And that is what I'm saying, Sammy.
But you have to bring on the document.
How you gonna bring it out if it ain't done, Sam? Tell me.
Oh Jesus! But I don't know. But I have the same document. I have my own document. You know. You understand what I'm saying? I have my own document. So I know exactly what you're talking about. How hard is this? How hard is this to write a document like this?
It's very hard, Sam.
No, it's not.
It's very hard.
Because you guys now started out.
Yeah, we know started out.
I mean, you guys, we need immediate action. You have time to waste, my friend. You understand?
When you say we need immediate action,
based upon what happened this week,
why because of what happened this week? What is so different about what happened this week that hasn't been happening over the past year?
Because we always, I'm not sure, but you know, with your coaching education thing.
Last World Cup qualifiers, we lost 9 goals to 2 to Guatemala. We lost to America. The same process happened last World Cup qualifiers. What's the difference?
Oh, Jesus. There's no youth development. That's the difference. You understand?
Hey.
There's not a plan.
And when there's a youth development, what will happen next? What would be the outcome?
There will be a clear pathway to the senior team.
There's already a clear pathway to the senior team.
Really?
Really?
Yes. There will be more growth and more success.
What kind of success you talking about? What kind of success you talking about?
Okay. We who in some of these
success. So winning. What kind of success?
So having this document, would define winning.
No.
No. I mean, we will play a better style of football.
The framework is there for them. Listen to me, man. I just think there's where just talk a lot. You have to put it on the field. You have to go on the field and implement it. You understand? You have to see what the clubs are doing. What are they practicing? They're practicing what we're teaching them.
How is it Spain don't win World Cup every time?
Because look, majority of Spain players plays in a.
Who does win World Cup every time? Who does win every time? Who does win World Cup every single year?
What kind of question is that? Where you going with this question?
I just want to know.
We going with this question. We are on your program. We are on your league program. We are on the coaching education program. We don't have anything.
Does Spain have any?
Theon, to answer the question, a big European team or a big South American team? Spain won World Cup 2010. So
I'm asking the question. Do they have development in there? Do they have a manual that's out? Do they have good coaching education?
They have the system.
They have and they still don't win every single time.
No, only one person go win. So every country has their own thing, and you have levels. Germany has their thing.
Okay.
Italy has their thing, but if you look at
my reason for saying this is, what do we think is realistic to us?
The UEFA tournament, winning that. That's our I don't know. That's how
I am asking this to say. We have the manual in place. We have everything that you said that we should have. What then? What then is the expectation?
Implementation of the manual.
The implementation process is done. What then? What then? What then is our feeling? What then is success? What?
A better style of
football throughout.
And then what? So once you get a better style of football, then that would be considered the success we're looking for.
And how when come to a better style, you will see a better system of play and everything.
So you see, you have a better system of play, a better style of play. That would define the success that you are looking for.
Yeah, right now we don't have things. We don't have nothing.
I agree totally. I am saying when the document is completed, when it is implemented, what then would define success? You said a better style of play, and I'm asking the question: if the team starts to play a better, quote unquote, based on your vision of better brand of football, would that be the success?
No.
Let me hear. What would be?
Yeah, the success will be all our efficiencies that we have going on now. We have to take care of that.
Still, for me, you haven't told me what success would be. You're explaining to me what needs to improve. When we place these things, when we have them organized, what would success look like for Simmons?
The training in the clubs would be better. That is success. You understand? This is what we this thing is all about, Theon.
So again,
the training
brings success.
The training improves in the clubs. The national team improves. There's a philosophy. There's a methodology. There's a system. There's a model. What then will be defined as success?
Theon, there's a jokey question that you asked in there, because you just.
How is it a jokey question?
Theon, you have to qualification. World Cup qualification.
Correct. What would then the World Cup qualification? Is it
winning CONCACAF, consistently competing, being in the top two?
Okay,
that's what Theon's getting at. Setting realistic targets.
Gold Cup.
So I'm saying, what would be realistic to us if we have these things in place? That's what I'm saying. Should we say top 6 in the Caribbean? Should we say top 7, 9? What? Realistically, even though we have all of these things in place, how would that define what success is for us? That's my question. We want to see a better brand of football. We want to see a better style. I agree with that. But
Theon,
what would we see as success? Yes. Go ahead,
let's use Ghana for example. And those who follow football would know that Ghana was successful in youth tournaments throughout the 90s. Probably starting in the 80s. Definitely through the 90s. U17, U20s. And you could see that success propel them to eventually qualifying for the World Cup 2006. Right, and it was years of Ghana winning, beating Brazil in the final in Australia '93. They had a squad of players. That Kufo guy who played for Bayern Munich in the early defense, Sammy Kufo. Those guys had a generation that was successful as youth, and we talk about developing these kids and being able to compete international level. Let's start talk about getting youth to start traveling from U13, U14 and competing with our peers in the Caribbean and in CONCACAF.
Instead of going there as part of the pants, just the part of the pit.
So what?
Instead of going there just to part of the pit.
Right. We want you to be competing at the youth tournament and having them not by the time they hit the U20, U23 stage, they've been abroad and the bright lights don't intimidate them. We talk about preparing these players to compete. I think a few weeks ago we talked about the preparation, the dry run before these big tournaments. If we have youth preparing and the tournaments from age 13, 14 and competing, by the time we get to these qualifiers at senior level, they've had experience in the bank of competing already and going abroad and traveling on the hotel and the travel and the jet lag and the training and all that. So preparing them from a young level, from a young age, compete at a high level, right? That's success we should be looking to achieve,
guys,
at an international level.
Guys, part of the development strategy, right? Okay, I know I emphasize in the youth because it has to be immediate, right? But the coaching education, the women football, the refereeing, the infrastructure, the administration, all of these things got to go, together. You understand? Transition for us to be successful.
Sammy, the youth cannot walk without the seniors.
So you're saying this current crop of senior players, what do you want to do with them?
Sammy?
What do you? No, wait. Hold on.
Okay,
what do you want? Okay, you fail in what, right? What do you want to do with this proper a senior player?
No, I can answer that.
No, I don't want you to answer it. I want Theon to answer.
I really don't understand the question.
Oh Jesus Christ! The current crop of senior players.
I don't understand what you mean. What I should do with them.
In terms of development and in terms going forward in the national program, what do you want to do with the current?
What do I want?
Yes.
National players, they should continue in the process of development.
Okay.
Well, here's what I was going to add to that.
I don't understand what you're trying. So if St. Vincent have a game in the next 3 weeks, who can play?
The same players?
No, it's the youths. Them you're going to send. And then you're going to say the youths ain't ready. That's where you're staying the whole night.
No, I'm not saying that.
So we're saying.
What I'm saying, you all don't get me wrong, I'm saying, right? There has to be a document.
I will tell you, you're going back again. You're reinforcing the juniors. I came to you now and gave you a point. The juniors cannot exist without the seniors. You asked me what I'm going to do with the seniors. I just told you. Now you're going back on a different tangent again.
It's not a different thing, Most of the you all don't want to hear that.
Hear what?
Most of the players who played in the first division and premier division can help the development of football in St. Vincent.
That don't make sense, Sammy, because there's no other players.
Sammy,
these are the players that exist. Yeah, we're going to show everybody.
Sammy, you have to continue to
have to work with the people.
You have to work with the players. Here's the deal too, though. Here's the process that should happen. After every tournament like this, you're supposed to have real first-class analysis of what the hell happened, what went wrong, and go straight at it and fix it. But a lot of things went wrong now.
Excuse me.
This is what the technical committee should do. What went wrong? Simple.
Are you guys kidding me? What went wrong? We can't even pass the ball.
Sammy, we know that.
That is not what wrong. That is not the problem. That's a symptom of the problem.
Right, but still, even to Sammy's point, in terms of the national team, you can't just throw them away. You still have to evaluate them and move on with them. It could mean changing players, changing management, changing a philosophy.
Guys,
whatever it is,
we have players in St. Vincent.
Evaluate.
Listen to me.
I think we have better players than now.
Hope be this national team. Hope.
Yeah, but again, Sammy, I seem to think that strategy and working with players, you can't get much of the players when you tell them they can't play on this level. That's the first thing. No national coach would ever say that to a player.
But Patrick.
And that's no, finish. Look at me now. You're an administrator, you're a president, and you have a coach telling your players that.
Patrick, this is why coach get fired, Patrick. Patrick.
Sammy, you gotta listen. Listen to what I'm saying. Evaluation. What went wrong? From the beginning, 5-0. What happened after that? Coach says that they ain't good enough. That's the first thing. No, what do you expect in the middle of a tournament? The start of a tournament? You got 3 games to play? Can't happen.
That's what
Can't
we
do
should
that.
Yo,
Think about that. That's where it starts.
ask my nephew what the coach said to him, and I'm done. He can't play at that level. And I'm done. I'm out.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
If a player can't play at that level, a coach should not tell him that.
So here's the point. Here's the point. First of all, if you pick a team that's very young, that's what you're going to have. And if you say you're grooming them, that's what they said, right? If you say you're grooming them for the future, is that the thing? Is that the statement to make in public? And is that the way to tell them?
We don't need them. We can get rid of them. We can get rid of them according to Sammy.
No, we're not getting rid of them. Theon, I'm a believer that people can learn and improve. There's a philosophy. How do you criticize Theon? You know the sandwich effect? Are you familiar with the sandwich effect?
No, I'm not.
Right. Here's how you criticize, right? You tell the player something good, and then in the middle, you tell him really what's bad, what you got to work on, and then you end with something else good. It's called the sandwich effect. Apparently, even your national coach doesn't know that. The last thing you do is to go in public and tell a player he can't play on that level. Actually, your coach can't coach on that level because we see the team.
Guys.
So here's what let me finish, Sammy. I said, okay, let me say this. Player ain't doing well, team ain't doing well. Fellas, you know what? Talk about the good things. We worked hard. I know we did. We did this. We did a good thing. However, to continue that, this is what we have to do. Okay? When we get on that level, we got to concentrate more. We got to do this. We got to do that. You tell them in a different way, and then you come back at the end, you tell them the good thing. It's called the sandwich effect. A compliment, criticize them in the middle, you finish with a compliment. These are basic things that coaches should know.
How about do it on the field?
That's where it starts. It starts by talking to them in a positive way.
Patrick.
Who's calling me? Yeah.
How can you assume that the coach didn't say?
Oh, come on, man. I heard him said it publicly. I heard him said it publicly, and you did. This is the thing I'm talking about. You guys always coming up with these excuses. This is what gets me mad. I heard it, you heard it.
You didn't know the guy, you don't know what saying and say, listen first, no?
Patrick, a public conversation and a conversation with a player are two different things, right?
Of course.
A coach might not pick me. They might say, Shane, physically, you haven't been fit, you didn't pass this and this fitness test, so you can't make the team, right? So then it should be me to say, okay, so what you're saying is if I come next year or in 3 months and I pass the fitness test, would I make the team? So we don't know if that conversation takes place. So,
let's be real. You got beaten 5-0, and then you go in the public and say the league is crap and the players can't play on this level. What excuse are you giving me for that?
That's not false. That's not false.
Guys,
that's not false. I just said to you, it's how you say it, and you don't.
Guys, listen to me now.
What do you do? Why do you think they didn't play with any confidence against Mexico, against Cuba?
I can't assume.
You guys don't think for yourselves, man. Come on.
They were in camp. The vibes in camp look good. The players look like they were bonding well.
The vibes in camp look good.
Yeah, the vibes
guys,
look good.
I don't know why you guys let's talk about certain stuff, man.
Guys,
why is it that when people don't agree with you guys, it's such an issue?
Yeah, I'm talking common sense. You
alone have common sense?
Yeah, okay, so would you go in public and would you go in public?
I ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. Go around the world. Leon, use your common sense.
You alone have common sense.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
So
Theon, here's the problem. See, the problem is what we have here. This is why there's no progress, Theon.
Correct. And I know this is why there's no progress. For the entire night, you choose to talk, and don't listen. You cut cross Sammy, you cut cross Alexander.
That's not
true.
Cut
cross Shane.
Listen,
you're not listening. You're not listening.
What you are trying to do,
you are trying to convince everybody that you are right. That is not the point of the argument. The point of the argument is to find what is all right. Ask the group who here tonight if I'm wrong.
Theon, I'm not telling anybody.
Ask the
Theon is
group
right.
who's
What about
here.
you guys?
Theon is correct.
Ask the group
Right, you
if I'm wrong.
exactly. You're gonna say Theon is correct, but this is the problem. All I made was a suggestion. I never say anybody had to do it.
You the one who say
Let
we
me
not
ask you this.
using we own it
Theon,
and we not using
Theon, did you ever heard of the sandwich effect?
No, sir.
Right. You think you
Condescending,
learned
Patrick.
something from my statement?
Condescending.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Condescending.
Anytime somebody makes a statement, because I live in New York,
I think a lot of people know that more is like positive, negative, positive.
exactly.
But maybe it's just not in their head.
Vicky, that's all I'm telling them.
Guys.
Everybody knows it.
Guys.
And this is the problem with you guys. You're laughing. But
Theon.
you know, this is the problem. No,
Patrick,
I'm
mockery.
not talking about it, fellas.
Mockery is a reasonable guy, man. You make him mockery sound like an unreasonable guy.
Young man, a coach does not tell player in public that they're no good. What is the part to understand about that? Look at the effects.
Patrick, if they're no good, no
Look at
good.
the effects.
I don't understand you, Patrick. If they're no good, they're no good.
Mourinho.
There's a way to do it, Sammy.
What means there's a way to do it? What means there's a way to do it, Patrick? How's it? Sugarcoat it? Send them a letter?
Yeah, you should be laughing at that.
Why shouldn't I be laughing? Why shouldn't I be laughing? Tell me why.
Listen to me.
The way Sammy said it, it was funny, but it's actually factual as well. Both of you have great points in that.
Okay, Theon, you know what you guys need to do? Look, get out of St. Vincent and go talk to other coaches. Forget about me.
Me?
Yes, this is how you learn.
Patrick, not you guys.
Patrick.
Listen, Theon, I was on your show. Theon, listen to me. Let me finish this. I was on your show months ago, right? And I tried to make some statements to your national coach. You and your partner, Bramble, cut me off completely.
Yes.
Okay? Now, maybe, and he was very arrogant about it, maybe if he listened, we might not have been in this position. Have you thought about that? I'm not saying I know it all, you know, but you got to listen. I've been coaching.
Patrick.
Coaching for over 12 years.
Patrick, it's how you
Patrick, you don't listen. You don't listen to anybody, Patrick. And you're one
you think I don't listen. You think I don't listen.
You come across as being condescending sometimes. And
maybe you guys are arrogant. Complex. People talk to me all the time.
Intelligent enough. You are to understand, right? To understand that it is possible that a human could come across as being condescending. And your tone and how you say, now what you say about how you say, Patrick. So, like sometimes it's
his
just
point, right? Which is his point.
It's not a man of my point, guy. You don't understand.
Mohan, when he made his comments to Mokri, did he use the sandwich effect? What do you think?
No, he coming hard. Like a slight tackle.
No, listen to me, man. Listen to me. I was the first one who started with Mokri. I asked the first question, right? I said, Mr. Mokri, for the past 45 minutes, we listened to you. Want to stop the team with defense and all that kind of stuff, you know. But at this level, Mr. Mokri, you have to have an offensive plan of how you're going to score the goals. You understand? And we don't have that. And this is what the soldiers are addressing. You understand? And nobody needs to listen. You always have to listen to me when I talk. Because let's say
I'm condescending, but they don't listen. He gave a 45 minutes strategy thing, right? And it's not until you ask him, how are you going to get the ball behind the defense? He said, this is something that they should be helping him with.
Yeah,
but instead, you look at us as being condescending. Look at where we are now. 2 shots and goal against Cuba. You guys need to really grow up. I'm telling you.
No, this is a big problem.
No, if you're going to attack me, and I'm trying to help.
Here you go again, Patrick.
I don't like it when you guys really
need to grow up. We just told you about that condescending behavior, and we need to grow up. Here you go again, Patrick.
My friend, it's condescending because you think it's condescending.
Guys, listen to me. We need to grow up, Patrick. You guys, we need to grow up.
That's a good point.
We need to grow up, Patrick.
Let me ask you this. How is it condescending by explaining to you the sandwich effect? Tell me.
Patrick,
how is that condescending?
Patrick, you don't even
answer the question, man. Answer the question. How is it condescending when I tell you a suggestion how to handle negative situations? Patrick, explain to me.
We're saying you can't send it
You're asking a question and you're still talking. Wait for the response.
Because
wait for the response. Wait for the response. Wait for the response. You can't ask the question and then still talk. Wait for the response.
As soon as somebody says something, they can't.
Man, let me talk something of substance, no man.
But that's okay. What you tell me tonight?
I want to know. I want to know about. I want to know about the new document. Is there a league in the new document? Is there a youth league that you all have and all that kind of? These are the kind of things we're talking about. If you all, that's what the
document you are.
The document that's coming out. Right?
Why you caught upon the document? Why you caught upon this document? Like
because
you know the coach already.
Who me?
You know the coach already.
Oh God, no! We're trying to do it.
Is that 90? It says it's 90 minutes. The last half an hour we go scrimmage. The second half an hour we go tactical.
But you see, but some of you guys laugh about football until that. You see the game, you see the highlights. You see the highlights.
Sammy, the football simple enough.
Really? Really? How?
We complicated. The football is simple,
simply
but
complicated.
We want to block the spaces that we complicate the game, but that's a simple game.
No, it's not a simple game, partner. It's not a simple game.
But
we have a lot of dunce in football.
Wait. Huh? Sammy, I can't believe you making a statement.
You know why I made a statement, you know?
You can't be making a statement.
You know why? I was there in 2018. You all talk about coaching education, we ain't do none. Women football, we ain't do none. Referee, we ain't do none. What are you guys doing every day? What the hell are you guys doing every day?
But Sammy, the earlier when I talk about holistic development, you cut me off and say who's responsible for what and what. So I kind of lost there now when you say that done in football.
Yeah, when are you guys gonna start anything? When?
Sammy, my job or my role of function is not to start anything. Okay, Sammy? All right, Sammy?
Yeah, I say it's 2018, you also started singing.
Sammy, stop saying Theon again. Stop saying Theon.
But Theon, we on the Zoom. Theon, we on the Zoom.
Sammy.
Okay, all right, okay.
That's not my role of function.
All right,
that's not my role of function.
All right. So this is what
I'm a junior employee.
And I'm smart enough to know. This is why they have to come on the Zoom. They must come on the Zoom because we are teaching them about administration. Because we talk about that on the Zoom. You understand? So I'm telling you, partner, you learn a lot of it, not only on the field, you learn a lot of things in football when you come on the Zoom. And they don't know that. You understand? Why do you think I'm on the Zoom? Because you guys are knowledgeable. I ain't wasting my time. I'm telling you. If I have something to do, I go with you guys on the Zoom. I can't fail. There's no way I can fail when Vicky, Patrick, Scrambler, Tian, Mohan, and we the next person.
Shane.
Man, these are the guys that are going. I bet you if Tian put all of you guys here on the Zoom together, you'll see how quick we get results. You understand? Because we respect him, we'll work for him, and we'll hold his hand to the. We'll put his hand to the fire. We'll get things done.
A question for you, Sam.
Yes.
In our current condition in terms of COVID and volcano, where could you see us this time next year in terms of youth development? What you could see happening?
You think I can answer that?
Yeah, anybody.
Okay. Me and the TD. We've been like.
You can't take the other past TD.
Sammy, zip it. Let me learn. Me and the Tiddy, we were like real boys. And I always push youth development, and we have conversation, intense conversation over and over. And one thing I regularly hear, oh, it's in the plans. It's in the plans. It's next year. And next year will come, and I push it. Oh, this happened, that happened. It's always an excuse. It's always an excuse. So me personally, Renwick Alexander, I'm just waiting for the excuse now. I'm just waiting for that excuse.
You already be talking too much, Connor. Answer the man's question. Where you see you?
Let me finish.
Answer my question.
I'm talking on a personal aspect. Okay.
But the man asked a question.
Jesus Christ. You need to go to Kettle's Beach, please. They had action down there. You need to go down there. So I see us next year limping the same way, making up excuses. That's how I see us. Because if there is adversity, and within a strive to adversity, and there's nothing being done during adversity, and what's gonna happen next year? It's gonna be the same thing.
Okay, Shkamla. If me and you is in St. Vincent, right? Me and you, and we always in St. Vincent, right?
I don't make this with you.
Okay.
Yeah, because now.
Could I ask a question? Shkamla?
Yeah.
You think youth football will be the same as it is now?
No.
Okay.
No.
How long would it take? How long would it take us to do something, Shkamla?
2 weeks.
The container.
In 2 weeks.
The container.
In 2 weeks.
Come on, man. I mean, listen to me, man. Soccer is not done after 3 o'clock in the evening. After 3 o'clock in the evening, you're tired and you want to go to sleep and all that kind of thing. You understand? From the time 9 o'clock in the morning starts, you know, this is where it started.
We were at our camp with 150 kids per day. And it was you, me, and 4 other local coaches with 150 kids. Equipment, everything.
Huh? And we had the kind of $100,000 they have there. We had that kind of thing there. We had the big money. Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. So you telling me? Let me tell you something, man. Theon, as Theon say, Theon, sometimes you all don't really listen with Patrick. You don't listen to Theon, you know. Theon says it's 10 people in Vinci who really could make this thing work, you know. Or who's at work right now. But I believe, Theon, I really believe, coming back to this grassroots thing, right? How you all want to do the grassroots program is not going to work because it's too expensive, and these guys don't believe in spending any money. What I suggest to you guys, right? When we were growing up in St. Vincent, the youth always play football, but you know we teach ourselves football. You understand? You put balls in the community, you put equipment in the community, and let the kids play. How you all want to do this once a week? So that is not going to work. We used to play every day. That's how we get good. So you all flood the community, and balls are cheap, equipment is cheap. Give them balls to shoot with. Give them balls.
Free up the container.
Somebody in the community will volunteer. Always, because they came through that way. I came through that way. But we have to give the kids once a week. What the hell are you going to do on a Saturday morning from 9 until 12? Doing grassroots. What are you going to do once a week? Really? Every day we used to play. and we start organize our own competition. The community would organize that.
Sammy, that's the showcase Saturday. So we need everything.
I don't know, man. I just think we got to make sure that whatever we're doing now, Stian, it has to work. It has to work.
But Sammy, we need it all. We need it Saturday. We need every day. But if they have Saturday organized as a showcase, we need that too.
They don't call it showcase. They call it festival.
No,
festival.
Scrambler. When I say showcase, right? It's like when you walk into a shop and they have a glass case where they're showing stuff off. It's just a term.
Okay, guys.
We need somewhere where the kids are playing.
Let me solve this thing. Let me start it, right? We call it the Zoom something, right? And we could start something this summer. We
have a container, right? There are 2 containers. Do we have?
Man, we have equipment is not a problem. We have equipment on there already. Guys, listen now. We can start, even though it's a week camp. You understand? A week camp with the youth. We can do that. We can do that.
Sammy, yes. I get a curriculum to run. Right?
So you can make a curriculum. You can make a curriculum. Okay.
Yeah.
My friend.
I get a plan. I get a plan to run. It's simple.
My friend, listen to me now. Okay, what is it? What is it?
I can't tell you, Sammy. You need to talk, Sammy. Come on, man.
But listen to me now, man. Remember, I don't follow directions good there. My boss give me a curriculum.
Each session divided in 3 parts. It's real simple. And the last part, we do it. They just scrimmaging. They just playing. Okay. The second part is tactical. The first part is fun, technical, tactical. The second part is tactical, so that they gain functional, positional training. And the last part, they just playing. You understand? Just preparing them, because what we're trying to do is get the dribblers dribbling. You understand? Get the man on the ball, get them playing, but give everybody something in their position.
Right.
You understand?
Okay.
And then the last part they're playing, it's not a whole heap of coaching either. It's a structure that allows the kids them to get some technical, some tactical, and a lot of scrimmage, intense scrimmage. So and then coaches who want to learn how to coach can observe
what
you're doing. And what?
Let me implement that. Is it just
1, 2, 3? Sammy is 1, 2, 3. ABC.
So let's go BNC and do it.
I'll give it to you. You look at it. If you think it's nonsense, then don't use it.
Okay, Sam007 Carrington at yahoo.com. Sam007 Carrington at yahoo.com.
No, Sam, we are talking. It's dialogue. Give me. Let me get you. Tianga send me a number. Tianga send me. We can talk. Is allowed that. So what's Scrambler?
We mean
the number is 911 because it's trouble.
No, listen to me, man. My boss give me a curriculum, right? And he has a boss too, right? So his boss come over, and I say, Mr. Carrington, I see you're not really following the curriculum, because everybody else follow the curriculum. But guess what, though? I like what you're doing. You understand? You understand? So you just do your thing, and we understand. And that's the way I am. I really believe what I talked about is from my experience coaching youths and coaching the national team. You understand? So I can say something now.
Let's see how this man contradicting.
Oh.
Eh? He say we want a document, right?
We want structure.
We want structure. But he ain't following.
Hey, listen to me.
Tian. Hey, see why go understand me.
Listen to me, man. If I study 3 hours in the morning. Guys, you think I study 3 hours in the morning, right? To prepare for my session. And this man, you bring a joke. I mean, come on, man. Tommy, is you guy was talking about? He said this a meat half a boil. What's that? When Gao said this a meat half a boil.
Fellas, the best part of 7 grenade.
How was this?
Gato.
Gato say that?
Yeah, man, I did taking anything. I tell you, I ain't gonna on for a while, no, man. I'll leave me out for the longest well.
No, you just didn't come in.
Yeah.
No, I tried come and I wasn't connecting at all.
Yeah, this is
Nemo, how he occupied, man. Nemo, how he occupied.
Tian, this is the group in the Tian. Trust me, partner. This Zoom, guys, is what you need to be successful. Tian. People want to walk down to the lazy.
I tell you need to stop.
No, you stop. You talk front.
Wow. Got in a position now. Let me tell you how it's functioning now.
Man, Tian, okay, on a more serious note, right? Tian. Tian.
Yes, sir. Yeah, close off now anyhow.
Okay, before we go, I have an opportunity to do the grassroots program now in the schools, right? And I'm thinking about it, right? But I just want you all to concentrate on we have to force for the elite academies, especially in the clubs.
How you reach elite when you don't even have academy?
Guys, time to go back. Let me go back. Let me follow the curriculum.
Are we following the curriculum neither? You understand?
Oh, guys, it's because yeah, you always left me like this every time you on the Zoom. You always left me.
That's the sandwich effect, buddy. That's the sandwich effect. We start off good, we vibe good, in between we cuss, and at the end, I leave you smiling, man.
I midnight sandwich, sorry. Oh, God. I midnight snack.
Good session again, fellas. I really enjoyed the vibes, man. Good vibe.
So, Tian, when are you going to get the people them from the federation?
When am I going to get the people them what?
From the federation on.
They don't want to be here. They don't want to learn anything.
When I can get them on here?
Yeah.
I do think that's my responsibility. I provide the service. They are free to join whenever they want. And I don't think they join. I think they listen after. So we're on Facebook and other social platforms. I think they tune in and they take in some of the information.
Okay.
The problem that we have here is that we talk for a very long period of time. So I don't think people could focus for that long. They might be able to put in a half hour, 45 minutes. So that's why.
When they hear man like Scrum and Stomach and
Patrick Han.
That the rough group, the rough group.
Triple trouble.
Like that.
When you see we pan a Hippolyte in a while, boy, I gave my boss, boy.
You understand?
You see we pan a Hippolyte in a while, I gave my boss,
And Hippo say now, oh, we ain't sending you any invitation. I said, Hippo, really? We ain't sending you any invitation? This woman still on every night, every Wednesday. Nobody had to send you anything. Understand? So, but then continue that shop there, man, and the document.
Sammy, leave out the document, man.
I don't know where you are the document when you ain't going to follow it. You understand where you are the document for. You just want the document to be critical. That is because I know cause drama.
No, I just want to make sure that it's right. And
that is the point. That is the point, Sammy. I told you that already. When the document come out, you critique it. You say, all right, this is why things can go here. And then as a country, we come up with a final plan. Remember, what you're seeing here is just a group of people proposing something. But the footballing fraternity as well need to contribute to this document so that we all could push it forward. If you don't believe in it, why would you do it? Do it make sense?
Okay, listen to me, right? If I hire you to write this document and to implement this document, if I hire you to do that, I don't need anybody else.
Nah, you need.
I don't need anybody else.
Nah,
so
you need
who am I? No. Listen to me. If I'm supposed to fire somebody, this thing doesn't work. Who should I fire? Who should I fire?
I'm not sure what you really say.
Who?
You fire me.
Is it my accent? You don't understand? Listen,
you hired
when
me.
this document
You hired me.
right?
You hired me to do the document, so you should fire me. That's what I said.
Okay. So this document now, I mean, because of you need the public. You need all these people to do what?
No. It's
you
not
need like walk on them too.
No, it's not a matter of the public understand the concept. It's always evaluating and looking at it to see how it can improve. How is football changing?
But that's after though. That's after the end. After like a period of time.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The process is continuous.
Oh, Jesus. Anyway, let me tell you something now. You guys are tremendous. I love you guys.
Yeah, man. You don't run Patrick. My last joke, the kind of run Patrick off the
no,
just run out.
But the Zoom is not anything. The Zoom without Patrick, you know. I don't care where you are.
Come on, man. Patrick is one of the key points to here.
And I mean,
I could elaborate on that point just a little bit.
Yeah.
Why is Patrick key, and why are you key? Is it because all of us are the same, or because we are different?
We're different. We're different.
But we follow a specific plan and program.
No, I don't know what that follow. We don't follow anything. We don't follow anything. Patrick follow? We follow?
You does eventually come right back to why eventually. We are all different, but we all contribute well, but we follow a specific guide. That's the point.
Tell this to me, right? My season finished this week. Normally.
Wait, Alexander, how you think turn out, boy?
Jesus Christ.
I know, don't say that. You know, if you ain't mentioned the don't say that. You refuse to answer. You refuse to answer.
Yo, I'm diving to the game. And
excuse.
I'm driving to the game and my goalkeeper messaged me, Coach, I'm stuck in Connecticut. I won't be there until after halftime.
So get the second keeper? Hello?
I don't have my second keeper is injured.
Well, get a field player. What's the problem?
I put a full field player in goal. A field player. Huh?
And what happened?
He can't even stop a shot.
Okay. So you lose, right?
So whose fault? Whose fault is that, Sammy? Whose fault is that, Sammy?
The keeper.
Coach is making excuses, isn't he?
Excuses. Go on, you walk into that spot.
And you guess what? The kid I put in goal, he can't keep at that level.
Well, remember that's your fault. You had to press the man in their half. You should keep playing a shot on goal.
So, man, are you available next month? You can't run away 2 weeks?
I've come starting the 15th of June. I'm going till August 13th.
How much you pay?
How much I pay who?
For the camp, a week.
How much I pay who?
Me.
Coach? A coach?
People who could coach?
Yeah.
Depends on A level.
Well, let me come along now, man. Give me. I am under the 15. Give me something there. How much?
Let me talk of man. I will feel.
Come on, man.
What about
me?
We want drop Tian out. We want bring up Tian for a little thing now.
Tommy, when I have preseason, right, with my high school team, I can hire assistant coaches just for 2 weeks of preseason. So if I need extra coaches,
how much?
It depends on your level. You pay like a $1,000 for the week.
You're a grassroots coach here.
Where is it exactly?
Indeed.
No. So if I come down, right, find us a place to stay. You give me 1,200?
Yeah, that easy, bro. So easier.
I don't need equipment. You don't just leave it alone.
You know what I'm gonna do? I go get me some one-on-ones. It's a one-on-one to make some money off that too. Well, so you work with me for 2 hours a day, and the rest of the day I get some one-on-ones.
No. Let me tell you something.
Yo, what you talking about?
Put me on the 15
Sammy, you come for 2 weeks so that you walk out there with 5 Gs. You talking about? You start doing one-on-ones a small group.
You started coming one before. I mean, come on, man.
Right? Sammy, when talking to Sammy, I live in Tongue, Sammy. Me like all live in country and all.
No, yo, watch your mouth.
I live in country.
So we can drop Tian if Tian take the vaccine, right? And can go for a week. And it could make a little 5,000. Come on, man.
Tian, them come America live in country, not Tian.
Yeah.
We have to draw Tian. Okay.
I live in Nation Capital.
But I was telling you, you just leave St. Vincent, but you can't leave being Vinci. You like country life.
They love country life. They come America live country life. The living part of get man dashing regular.
Come on, man.
Like,
come on.
I come America for that.
You ain't see your partner go we could do gardening and thing. Your partner doing big gardening.
Yo, they could go ahead. They could go ahead.
But mommy, you from mess for what happened? You lose the roots.
You can't lose your roots, boy. You crazy?
Really?
So in this year, people ask me why I leave an island, paradise, and come live in America. And I say, when you're born in a small town like in Mississippi, and leave and you come DC, you going back over there, so? Nah, we're not going there. So they get the analogy. I always name a small town in like some countries in America. So if you're from there and you make it to DC, you going back in that town?
Yes.
When
no, to visit.
No, Mr. Mohan.
To coach, to help development.
But they don't show you that. That's how they live. They come in. They come in and spend 2 weeks and feel like they do some work and see how there are 150 children. Like if that will last for the whole
2 weeks.
Day.
2 weeks.
And they have a whole container.
You understand? A whole container. Right now, I tell somebody, right? Sammy has some ball for me. The boss say, boy, me fear should go for them there.
They go dry out.
They go rat because Sammy had them lock up.
Yeah, they go dry out.
My friend, them same ball down there, have them up here and they run up here. Or they run down there. You understand?
But Tian, like I have colleagues, like it's just a matter of time. I have colleagues here who want to come home and do camps, but them guys don't trying to make any money, It's just if we accommodate the people in time, I have colleagues like we have our goalkeeper coach. I have some other coaches that do skill training, stuff, whatever. But they come to St. Vincent, right? And as long as it's morning sessions, all they want is to be free in the afternoon to go beach and enjoy themselves. And they come and coach in the morning. And they don't want a salary. They don't want a salary. They're not trying to get paid. They just want to come and coach and get a vacation. And so we have help. So in terms of getting, I think, listen. One of my approaches, right, is to get coaches to come down with me and coach and do camps and clinics for the benefit of players and coaches. So coaches who want to learn, like for example, I cannot train a goalkeeper. So I have a goalkeeper coach, right? Who does camps with me, does school with me, everything. A guy like him comes down. He's training keepers. Anybody who want to learn how to train keepers, just shadow him for 2 weeks, and you can learn a lot, right? So we have resources that we can share, and I think the coaches on the ground will benefit from this. The seeing guys who do it day in, day out. These guys do it for a living. They're doing camps, they're doing schools, they're doing club. I think we need to expose our coaches to coaches like that. And Sammy, you mentioned that earlier about exposing our coaches to mentors. And that's part of what we need to do to expose our coaches and give them more experience. And then, we need to identify age groups of kids across the country and get them playing, get them in competition. So, however regularly we can train them, we need to get competition set up. In regions.
Wait, man, you better than that, man. You should be saying, Theon, I hope the document have this, age appropriate. What you saying there? But you always be too nice. You always be so nice. That's the difference between me and you guys. You understand?
1, 2, 3, Sammy. Sammy is 1, 2, 3, Sammy. It's not hard enough. But the thing is, what I do here, right, and what you do, I specialize in youth development, right? So I coach from they can walk up to high school, but I love youth development. So what Vince is like in youth development, that's what I really want to do in Vince. But when I look at it,
that's you.
I have to go on the ground and work with Theon and other people on the ground with like minds, and just work with people. That's what I want to do.
What we do?
Huh?
We say work with
Theon and other people with
Theon coaching everybody.
I mean, it's like
Theon coaching a national team right now. The youth man, them. And Theon team that the coaching now. Wait.
Theon in some way because I need him. I hit Vinci. I'm blind to a lot of things. I need Theon's eyes on the ground.
Okay, listen to me now. Do you know Theon team that he's coaching now is better than the national team?
I don't know.
Do you know that?
I don't know, sir.
Ask him right there. Right there. Oh, no, he can't talk. Theon team right now that he has coaching is better than our national team.
Which team I coaching?
The team that he has coaching, remember, we don't say everything, The team Theon is coaching right now. And guess what now? They might pick some, they're saying, right? They might pick some players from Theon team to go to Miami.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
So Theon got Starboy team.
Theon, they say Theon team now is the team for the future.
Hey, you like stupidness?
No, it's not stupidness.
Sammy, we take brother. Sammy.
About Theon Gordon has started what? Cancel yourself, Joe. In a national play. Oh shit. That's the next topic?
We think brother.
It's tremendous. That's it right there.
It's tremendous.
So that's the plan?
Take a look at it, tell me what you think.
Well, send it to me now. You're my email.
I ain't sending nothing to you. I tell you, just look at that, tell me what you think.
Understanding the game.
Okay.
Sammy, this looks like a holistic approach.
Okay, no, listen to this, man. Kian, I know you guys went, university and things like that, right? But how we learn, is from seeing. How the players learn is from seeing. So I'm hoping with this what you have there's videos behind it someplace, and you understand?
I get you, sir.
Okay, it looks good.
It looks good.
Yeah,
we're looking good. Looking good. All right.
Yeah. When he say fast, they're not fast. You don't want them.
Huh? So that's no, it's not.
Could you click at the photo? Let me see. No, the fifth one.
The ideal.
The fifth one.
The ideal is fast.
The ideal is fast.
So for example, right? You could have the other three. and miss one, but you have the average in terms of the speed, for example.
Yeah.
But you're not letting up on the intelligence. You have the intelligence, and the intelligence speaks to this side, Sammy, which is understanding the game, mental toughness, and your decision making, not school, Sammy. Right?
Click on the 5. Click on 5, let me see.
Number 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit. Why in the space enough, Fana? Read it for me now, because I can't see.
Hold on. Let me go full screen here.
Some you could zoom in on the tablet.
No, I'm not on the tablet. Okay, characteristics of junior intelligence competent. Understanding. Oh yeah, that's right there. Go back to that now. Yeah.
You see, I only show you this. I'm showing you nothing else.
Building on the foundation. So wait now, our young coaches is going to understand it?
They have nothing to do with that. If you can't understand it, you're in the wrong business.
Okay, all right. Well, looks good. It looks good. Rhythm of play. Wow. Speed of. All right. Papa. Strength, power. Okay. Speed. Okay. So when does this thing start? I want you to finish. Go on.
It ain't done yet. This is just my part of it. This is part of what I have to present.
My friend, you gotta walk with your own people. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta walk with your own people. More on them. You gotta bring them more on them, Patrick and them. A lot of people don't like it. You understand?
So this is what you've been worried about, right? This party.
Primary school, secondary school, sixth form. You got it from me, boy? You got it from me, yeah.
Hey.
No, that's from the book, man. This is from the manual.
Exactly. It ain't nothing for me to do again. I just play around with you.
This is from the manual. Yeah, it's from the manual.
Oh my word. It ain't nothing complicated, you know.
Yeah,
it's just putting
it already. Come on, man. And
putting it in place.
And the thing, if you could just do the primary school and the secondary school, I mean, come on, man. Yeah, it's finished. So, but I think you're playing smart. You just want to wait until you get rid of the man.
Me? No.
Yeah.
I tell you, all this coming out in the thing. As soon as I finish it, I'll finish up some stuff for tomorrow and so forth. So.
Okay. But who is going to implement it though?
Well, that's the federation's task.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
So after you give it to them, you leave it up to them to implement it.
Technically, yeah.
Wow.
It's their task.
Okay. But how you implement your equipment? You got from here?
You done ready for sale already. So Mohan, just some feedback on this particular one, Shane, a little feedback in your context. And the general characteristics, and I'm talking about the deals in the gray. What do you think about those 4?
On the characteristics on the right side there?
The left side. So intelligence, competitive, technical, fast. What's your opinion on those?
You need the that brain.
Well, no, let's start from the beginning now. Start from the intelligence now.
You need a brain and a technique working in sync.
Mm-hmm.
And then the competitiveness that is the mentality, the psychosocial and everything in that one.
So wait now, you all explain to me now. The intelligence is what?
Tactical.
Specifically.
Tactical.
What you do on and off the ball.
Yep.
And on and off the field as well.
Yeah, on and off the field. They just the way you carry yourself.
Yeah.
Like a boy scout or a roughneck scout.
That allows you to perform at the optimal level.
Correct.
You can't do like boy Castano. Castano say at Real Madrid, they used to get a case of Nutella every month. Eating from the jar, eating Nutella from the jar. I get to the fat. Yeah. Castano. Wesley Sneijder say it was vodka when he was with Real Madrid. Vodka was this thing. He's a party like a rock star. So those
wait, go back to that now. Go back to that now. Let me see. You know.
Huh?
You trying to write down my thing on him.
No, it's not right down. You know what I am looking for. You know, I am looking for. You know the components. You know.
What components?
The components that develop the player.
Huh?
The components that develop the player.
Huh?
The four components.
The technical, tactical, all that it's right there. The technical is there. The intelligence is the tactical.
Mm-hmm.
The physical
is the fast.
The fast. And the competitive is the mental.
Why you guys have to frame it like that? Why can't you do it? You know, remember, you know,
it just was.
No. Why don't you do it? I mean, when you are trying to, you know, why you do it, you know, so that they can understand very clearly.
We born after 1960. No, I mean, we born after 1970.
They'll kill you tonight, Sammy. They'll kill you tonight.
This words, Sam. I don't know what it was.
This words.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Theon could have said physical instead of fast, and he could put physical / fast, but he said physically he wants fast.
So you're saying the intelligence
fast
will help players fit into the team?
No,
yeah.
remember this
is it tactical?
Yes.
So wait. I'm asking a question. You say intelligence is the tactical, right?
The tactical.
So that will help players fit into the team. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So what we're looking for,
right?
National junior level. It must be intelligent, competitive, technical skills, fast. That's the context. And to elaborate on some of those is the gray ones on the side there.
Okay.
What we're looking for so this is basically a selection, part of a selection criteria for making the junior national team.
But what you're looking to develop, you're looking to develop clever players. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, intelligent.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Intelligent. All that.
But I mean, all right, okay. All right.
The reason I put fast is because we always emphasize it as being one of our qualities. So for me, it just goes hand in hand with being a Vincentian player. We always say we have fast, strong players. And when you say fast, obviously most times you have strong and athletic. So for me, it speaks for itself when you say fast.
So which component is that?
Fast.
You know, from the traditional components? Which
physical.
one is that?
Physical. But the fast could also be interpreted too as the way
decision making.
That allows you exactly.
Right. I kind of left it open to. That's why I put fast. Right.
Well, there's technical speed and physical speed.
Correct.
So right. Technical speed, you have to control a ball and make it ready to play. That's technical speed.
So that's why I left it kind of vague like that too. So you interpret it across the different. The four corners.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I got you.
Who will interpret that with the end? People knowledgeable like you.
Hence the reason I placed it there. When you saw this, what came to your mind? What came to your mind? If you were to select a national under 15 team, what are the key characteristics you would look for?
Well, I will look to see who is going to fit into my philosophy.
That is intelligence and tactical.
I will do the rest after that. As long as I have them on, I think as long as I have them on the field.
What type of mentality you want in the player?
I want them to be able to solve problems.
Intelligence again.
Right? But you have to be, we're like that way though, but you have to make sure that, when you present this thing, you have to explain it that way, all of these things.
No, well, that's why I use these particular words. It should evoke something in each of us.
Because I know it a different way. And I have to ask the question because I don't know what you're talking about. But as you guys know, and the question I'm asking, why not the traditional way is not much easier to understand?
Traditional will be in terms of putting at what we're looking for physically, what we're looking for mentally.
Yes. I mean, so why can't you say, okay, you're looking for strong, resilient players.
How's that different to what is there? Competitive, being competitive, it shows a sense of resilience. And when you say strong, it focuses on being fast as well. You have to be strong to be fast.
But
so it's just for you. It's more. From listening to you, it's more how it is presented in the sense that it should be in a table form with a heading and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But it's good. It's good. That's what you need.
Hopefully you're satisfied when it comes out.
Yeah. But what I'm more concerned about, I just think that these things, there's a lot of video, like at the bottom of this, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what pages you have there.
No, this is just the start. This is just it. I am finished it here.
Right. There should be a video of our style of play, the warm up and stuff like that, just to they will be able to watch on their own after. Mm-hmm. But whatever the warm up is, and it's a starting point for the young coaches. You understand?
Mm-hmm. I think what you're talking about there is not necessarily this part of the manual, but more so coaching education side.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
This is just the general framework of what is expected.
Okay. All right, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Nice talking to you guys, man.
Blessings. Stay safe, everybody.
Yes, sir. Take care, buddy. Yeah, you guys take care.
When the document is finished, we'll critique it here.
That game in Florida, the venue confirmed?
You asked the wrong set of people. You was to ask Patrick. Patrick is who was follow them.
Nah, Patrick information wrong because I checked online and I spoke to Connie and no venue confirmed.
I'll talk to my guy in Florida tomorrow because if Vince coming to Florida, they had to go through he.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Yeah, he have all the practice sites. He have everything. So and he's up St. Vincent.
Yeah. Let me know when the venue is confirmed.
You understand? So I asked him.
All right, cool.
Because everything is secrecy down there,
Vicky, hurry up and get the internet started, please. We miss your conversations.
Who's that you're talking about?
Vicky.
Yeah, we're going on Vicky, man. Jesus.
The internet issue.
All right. You guys.
I'm listening.
See?
What did you say, Vicky?
I just have no Wi-Fi, so the hotspot doesn't work always.
Vicky, we got to get to DC. We got to get to 5,000. Yeah, man.
Vicky still like a sunset the hangover.
How you keeping everything to yourself, so man?
Say what?
And I have family down there, I mean, Maryland, DC, come on, man.
So why up in the cold? Yeah, come down here hot.
My daughter's down there.
Daughter down here?
Come on, man.
Yeah, come DC, man.
Just for a visit.
Yeah, I'll give you a number, man. I'll send you a text. We will talk tomorrow.
All right, guys. Take care, man.
Stay safe. All right. Yep.
Good night.
Good night.
Guidance, everybody.
Record.